and one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. All right, we will start with public comment. Members of the public may address directly the Planning Commission on any agenda item on the regular calendar. It's not on the regular calendar during the commission's consideration of that item or a copy. Thank you. So members of the public may directly address the Planning Commission on any agenda item on the regular calendar during the commission's consideration of that item. All right, so at this point in time, we will open public comment for any items not on this evening's agenda. I don't think so. Give us a second, please.
I can't figure how to raise my hand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there we go. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Acting Chair, Commissioners Lisa Wright Lewiston. Just a question about the order of progression on the commission. So I noticed on the top of the agenda, we're going from 3 to 2 to 1 to 4 to 5, but I don't believe that 4 got a turn in that rotation. So perhaps the commission could ask staff to investigate that and why that was, but typically the Planning Commission is in sync with the board, which it is right now. So I'm not sure why 4 got skipped over.
If maybe, Madam Chair, I could answer that question. So we changed our bylaws so that there is no specific progression. It is an election. And that was when we changed our bylaws a couple years ago. Yes, we have bylaws for the Planning Commission.
It's an election each year
Yes, it's an annual election.
amongst the commissioners?
Yes,
Interesting.
it's not by district, by road. But we tend to, definitely, we tend to move throughout the districts, definitely, but it's not mandatory. If that helps answer that question. That I don't know.
When was that done?
2-3 years ago. At the time we changed the meetings to regular and special and all that kind of stuff.
Any other public comment in the room?
Good evening, Ben Kellogg, Weaverville. So the few months that I've been attending these meetings, it has occurred to me, and it's really kind of hardened my opinion the last few meetings where we were talking about the cannabis clarifications. And I gotta say, I understand that everyone here has good intentions, but there are some commissioners that are way more vocal than others. And I would love to see a more robust conversation, people speaking up and not just sit silent. When you all were going through your 2 meetings where nothing really ever happened, I felt like at the end of the first meeting that someone was going to stand up and make a motion to get this stuff done. And for whatever reason, it didn't happen. And I don't know whether people were shy, whether they're apprehensive. Something happened, like we were all sitting on our seats waiting for a motion to pass, and it just never happened. So I encourage everyone on this board, speak up, speak loudly. You all have the same amount of vote and the same amount of vocalization as anyone else on this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Do we have public comment on Zoom?
Veronica?
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is Veronica Kelly-Albies
One
from
moment,
Douglas.
Veronica, we're having difficulty hearing you in the room. Can you try
Okay.
again for us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And just so you know, I have a computer on, but I'm not able to raise my hand or do anything on my computer. So I'm on my phone. So again, my name is Veronica Kelly-Albies, Douglas City. And I wanted to bring up my disappointment in the last Planning Commission meeting. Also, mine is more about the fact that there was no public comment taken. It was decided that it was not needed. The comment was people had a chance before. And I was not able to attend the previous meeting because I was working. So I was prepared with the new information that had been provided by staff and that had been requested by the Planning Commission to speak and be heard. And it was neutralized. And it silenced the public in participating in this process, which is something that just shouldn't happen. You know, as planning commissioners, we rely on you to hear both sides of every issue, and you walk in, no matter what your personal opinions are, you take on that neutral hat. And it's starting to get to where there's the appearance of personal agendas, which we don't want to see happen as well. And but it's the public's right to speak and provide information. You can use it or don't use it. But I felt like the public was silenced, especially when a member that was in the audience was able to get up and participate in some way. Technically, that opened public comment, but no one else was allowed to speak. And I'm happy to see county council starting to attend these meetings, and that maybe will help with how this runs. But when she said to our chairperson, it was up to them, and they chose not to allow any other public comment, I felt like we got silenced. And I hope that won't continue in the future, because there are people that want to participate, because we hear participate or don't speak. Well, we're here to speak. Please let us. Thank you.
Rhoda?
Hi, this is Rhoda Kane from Trinity Center. Sorry. I just want to remind everyone, can you all hear me? I know you're having trouble with Veronica.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just want to remind everyone that Proposition 64 in the state of California says that program dollars for any program are only to be spent to the benefit of program participants. So when a staff report is written for, say, the cannabis agenda item, and there's not a single staff recommendation option in the staff report that will benefit the cannabis program, I believe that that would make it illegal in the state of California to use the cannabis program dollars to write that staff report. So I'm just hoping maybe the Planning Commission could encourage the planning department to keep that in mind in the future, that if there's not going to be a single thing in the staff report that's going to benefit the program that you're talking about, to make sure that none of that time is billed to the cannabis division. Thanks.
Trinity Alps Canacraft?
Hello, Commission. Matthew Jefferson, Trinity Center. I'm the owner of Trinity Alps Canacraft. Just to reiterate on what Veronica was saying, that was a continued item. There's no reason you have to open up public comment. That's the law. But yeah, people should have their voice. And I very much agree that the people's bias on this commission are like very strongly coming through. And I hope as you guys go forward in the future that you can stop, like, you are driving an agenda of prejudice against the farmers in this county. And I really hope you can start to like check yourself and see what you're doing. and see that you're destroying lives by pushing an agenda of prejudice. Every single agenda item that you bring up, that the staff brings up, that's none of it ever benefits us. And we really hope that this bias can stop and you guys can stop pushing an agenda of prejudice and start to support the tax-paying business owners of this county. Thank you.
I show no other raised hands.
Thank you. I will close public comment at this point in time. We will move into our regular calendar. And starting with A, Community Development Planning, approve the minutes of the June 12th, 2025, June 26th, 2025, and July 10th, 2025 meetings. And Commissioner Fall brought to my attention that potentially these minutes were not available online.
So I'm not sure exactly what the past practice has been, but Debbie, who's the main admin for the planning division, conveyed to me that in past, the minutes were not published to the online agenda and that she directed me to send the draft minutes only to the commissioners. I had a similar comment question from Susie Hawkins today. So that is something that we will look into and clarify what the appropriate process is and go forward with that in the future.
Okay, yeah, I was just confused because I didn't get a copy of the minutes. I got the link to download the agenda packet, so I wasn't sure how I was supposed to review the minutes till I got handed them.
I sent the minutes via email to all of the commissioners last week.
Okay,
And that was the direction from Debbie prior to her leaving on
Okay, all
vacation.
right.
So, but we will
So-
clarify and make sure that it's done appropriately going forward.
okay, so I guess my question is, should we go ahead and vote on those tonight then? Is that okay?
I think that's perfectly fine. If you don't feel comfortable with that, we can certainly, continue the approval of those minutes to the next meeting.
No,
Whatever you guys want to do.
well, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of June 12th, June 26th, and July 10th with one correction, which is on July 10th, item A, where it says by motion made in second flights and question mark. That question mark is Commissioner Fall. So with that correction, I would move approval of the minutes.
Voted.
I'll second that with just one slight amendment. Thank you. On June 12th, with public comment, I just noticed that it mentioned that Lisa Wright of Junction City, both in part 3 and part 5. So it should be Lisa Wright of Lewiston.
Are there any other corrections at this point in time? Okay, all in favor of approving the minutes?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We will move into item B, Community Development Planning, Zoning Code Part 3 Study Session.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Drew Plavani, Interim Planning Director. So this evening for this item, we have the consultant team from Interior Harnish who should be online, and they're going to facilitate a study session of Part 3 of Zoning Code. And hopefully they're there and they're able to share their screen. Mentor
We
Harnish
are
is-
here.
All right.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Okay, I'm going to share my screen here. Perfect. And can we all see the presentation?
Yep.
Wonderful. Well, good evening, Chair and Commissioners. It's an absolute pleasure to be with you this evening to provide you an update on the zoning ordinance update as part of the overall general plan project. For those who have not met me, my name is Michael Gibbons. I am a project manager with Mintier Harnish and the assistant project manager for this overall general plan, environmental impact report, and zoning ordinance update project. Brent Gibbons is the official project manager. He provided the most recent presentation to you on this subject. Along with me this evening is Nikki Zanchetta. She is a project planner for this project as well, has been integral in preparing the zoning ordinance parts and amendments that we'll be providing you an overview of this evening. Here is a general topic overview of what we hope to cover. We've already provided you multiple updates on the general plan, so I'll just briefly touch on that. Really, the intent of this evening at Commission's request is to bring back the topic of Part 3 of your zoning ordinance and discuss the high-level changes that were made to the regulations contained therein. Then we'll do a dive into a discussion with the Commission, see if there are any clarifying questions, and then provide you an update on next steps and what you can expect from us as the consultant team. So as the Commission is aware, there is an ongoing general plan update taking place. That includes not just a general plan, but also an environmental impact report, various community plans, and this zoning ordinance update. This is a multifaceted, multi-year project, and with any large project, we break these up into phases. So where we are right now is we have a draft general plan that is being circulated. With that now general plan out, now we can get started on preparing the actual zoning ordinance amendments that implement that general plan. So we are currently at phase 7 in this overall project. Where we plan to go next is after we have a public review draft or a complete zoning ordinance ready to be released to the public and finished, we will then analyze the environmental impacts to both the zoning ordinance update and the general plan, and include that all in the same process. What we're aiming for and what all these phases get us to is a general plan, community plans, housing element, and zoning ordinance update that will all be adopted at the end of 2026. And with our current schedule, we have no issues getting there currently.
Excuse me, Michael, one moment. I forgot to open public comment on this item before we went into it. May I open it at
Absolutely.
this point in time? Thank you. Do we have any public comment in the room? Okay. Usually we do it,
Before and after?
yeah. Well, before we discuss it.
But after the presentation is what I meant.
One second. Drew, are we comfortable if we allow the presentation to finish and then allow for public comment?
I think that's
Comfortable
your
with that?
pleasure, Madam Chair.
I mean, that
Board.
seems better,
Okay.
yes.
Commission. All right, we will move forward with the remainder of the presentation and then reopen the public comment.
Wonderful. So here is again just the overall project schedule. And here is then the process that we've taken thus far in updating the actual zoning ordinance. This is just a task of this larger project. Again, we have multiple phases to this task. What we've done and what we've already presented to you are the first 3 sections of your zoning ordinance amendment update project. That was facilitated, I believe, last month, in which we reviewed some parts 3, 5, and 6 of your ordinance. It was at the Commission's request that we're here this evening to bring back part 3, as there were more substantial changes to and more substantial amendments to those regulations that the Commission asked that we walk through in further detail. Where we're going next after this evening is we'll take all the feedback that you provide us as the consultant team. We'll meet with county staff, and we will implement those recommendations, changes, edits, into that next draft. We'll then prepare the subsequent remaining portions of your ordinance regulations, those being the zoning district provisions. So we'll look at the development standards of all your zones, the allowable land uses within those zones. We'll look at the definitions for your land uses, and then some permit processing procedures. In this phase and in this schedule, we have planning commission meetings built in throughout. This is an important part of this project, that we have these check-ins, study sessions with you to provide us that feedback that we can then incorporate before it goes out into an official and public draft. Again, we have a CEQA evaluation that will follow this California Environmental Quality Act. And then what we aim for is that adoption of the overall project. So we'll start by then really getting into the topic of discussion this evening, and that is part 3. Before I get into and really hand it off to Nikki to provide the comprehensive overview of the changes, I do just want to preface that this is the drafting portion of this ordinance. We don't anticipate, and I should say, we do anticipate that at this point in the drafting process, we are going to see a multitude of revisions and edits, formatting errors, and changes that are going to need to be made before this is rolled out to a complete public review draft. So I think we just want to emphasize this is draft. We super appreciate all of the feedback, all of the observations that you will provide us this evening. I know some commissioners have already provided us that feedback and we've documented it accordingly. But this is that draft. This is that part where we can find the mistakes, the errors, and make those tweaks. And so we as the consultant team are ready to hear and make those changes at your request. So to get into the topic of this evening is part 3. We want to review the regulations, specifically the zoning regulations that are applicable countywide, regardless of your zone. So what does that mean? So we are taking a look this evening at the standards that pertain to general site and development standards, performance standards. So that would be lighting and noise. This section of your code or ordinance also contains your landscaping provisions, parking provisions, your fences and wall standards, and signs. So again, these are topics that really, no matter where you're located in the county, these are standards that would apply. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Nikki. As I mentioned, Nikki was integral in taking the primary portion of the drafting of making these initial amendments. She will walk you through the high level changes. Then what we'll do is after this, we'll engage in a discussion, hand it back to the council, commission to see if there are any remaining questions that we can provide clarifications for. So with that, Nikki, can you please provide an overview of some of the major changes that we made to the Part 3 zoning ordinance regulations?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Can everyone hear me okay in the room?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. So as Michael mentioned, I'm just going to go over the kind of high level changes that we've made. I will preface that when you look at the current draft of Part 3, there are a lot of track changes in it. And I would just want to say that a majority of the revisions that we've made so far are very heavily on the formatting, reorganization, and just updating of language for consistency throughout that will be carried out throughout the zoning code update. And that's based on a format and style guide and an overall structural reorganization of the zoning code that has led to a lot of changes. So I do want to preface that a majority of our changes at this point have been those more formatting related and language related, and not so much of changing of standards yet. But there are a few things that we have changed or updated in regards to the actual standards that are included in Part 3. So we've updated the general development standards, which are for things like how to measure height, how to measure setbacks, how to measure parcel coverage and defining those. And that really just creates a base and a standard across all development review of how these measurements are made. So this isn't specifying specific setbacks for zones. It's just defining what different parcels would look like and how we would measure setbacks or the height based on where the existing grade is to the highest point of a building.
Hey,
We've
Nikki,
also, yeah.
let me interrupt you for a second, sorry. We just got a comment from Zoom. It's coming through a little bit garbled here in the boardroom, but I guess on Zoom, it's almost impossible to understand what you're saying. So I'm not sure if there's a way for you to adjust your mic or something that might improve the sound
Yeah.
quality.
Let me try another form. 1 second.
Sounds great to me.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, that's better.
That seems better, yeah.
Better? Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. Let me make sure. Okay. So as I mentioned, the general development standards, those are related to the measurement of height and measurement of setbacks and parcel coverage on all different types of parcels, regardless of the use on that site. We've also added a couple new chapters that don't currently have their own dedicated chapters in the existing zoning code, and that's for fences and walls as well as landscaping. It's not necessarily that there are some standards throughout the zoning code currently, but we moved any existing standards to a consolidated chapter. Next slide. We've also made updates to parking regulations, which are really just to align with current best practices and state law. And I'll go over those more in a little bit. And we've also made updates to the utilities section, and that's mostly for consistency, for formatting, and just for simplification of the standards. That is just for better ease of use. Next slide. So to get into a little bit more detail about what we've updated in each of these chapters, especially from a standards perspective, for the general site and development standards, we did modify how height is measured just slightly, and it's just to make it a little bit more clear as to how the height of a building is measured, and that's we've put in that you measure from the existing grade to the highest point of the building or roof ridge. We've also included additional sections that describe when that height, there are exceptions to that height, such as chimneys and certain utility units that are on top of roofs and things like that, that are pretty standard for just industry standard for zoning codes. We've also just cleaned up some of the language for the ease of use for performance standards. And these performance standards are related to things like noise, air emissions, odors, glare that come from a parcel due to whatever the use is on that parcel. We found that the existing code language was somewhat outdated and just very technical and a little bit confusing to follow. So we just modified it to be a little bit simpler and streamlined while still meeting the industry standards for these types of more of nuisance type of performance standards for parcels. Next slide. And as I mentioned, we did add a new chapter for fences and walls. And there were, as I mentioned, there are existing standards throughout the zoning code, but they're kind of scattered throughout and only located in areas based on specific zones. It's pretty standard for zoning codes to include a specific chapter or section that
that has standards for fences and walls for all, just across all zones and land uses. And what we've really included in this section is clarifying the maximum allowed fence height and when a use permit or building permit would be triggered for constructing a fence or a wall. And we've also provided some standards for when and what type of fence would be required when to have a separation of uses. So residential adjoint next to a commercial parcel, and making sure that there are clear standards for what type of fence or wall is required. And we've also provided a new section about the types of materials allowed. And this really more focuses on the type of materials that are generally prohibited, and that's focusing more on specifically dangerous types of fencing, so razor wire, barbed wire, electrified fence, and having that be mostly a prohibited fence type for all uses, and having specific time, clarifying when those that specific type of fence may be allowed depending on the use, and then the process for getting that type of fencing approved. And next slide. There we go. So we've also added a landscaping chapter. This isn't a super extensive chapter. It's mostly having a section that references and is consistent with the state model water efficient landscape ordinance, and just having some clarity and having it clearly stated when a project has to comply with those state standards, and the steps to ensuring that your project complies with those standards. Next slide. And we've made parking and some changes to the parking and loading spaces chapter. This is always a big topic of conversation when we're updating zoning codes. And at this first pass, a lot of the changes that we've made have been mostly to reflect bringing the zoning code into best planning practices and into compliance with state law standards, and any changes that have happened regarding parking from state government code. So some of the other changes that we've made is clarifying when the amount of parking required on a parcel needs to be reevaluated, which is specified in this draft as when a use is changed or expanded enough that would warrant an additional parking spaces that other than what's already provided on the parcel. We've also expanded the definitions of how the number of parking spaces are calculated, and just providing clear direction as to how we're calculating the number of parking spaces, and things like if you come up with a fraction of your calculation, do you round up or down? We have also, when there is a table that shows the different number of parking spaces required based on a specific land use type. And most of the edits that we've made at this point are to comply with state law. We've also started to kind of consider what types of edits we could make to these parking standards, and keeping the rural nature of the county in mind. And in some instances, the parking standards might be too strict, and we can end up editing the required number of parking spaces to better align with the need of that use and the need in the county. And we've also, for state law compliance, cross-reference to ADA and electric vehicle government code requirements. Next slide. And we do have some new sections about location and design standards. And this is really related to the placement of parking on a site, where access points on and off the site from the right of way are required, and what those what standards those need to meet. And that also includes a section about the parking space dimensions and drive aisle standards. The current zoning code didn't have a clear definition of what the different standard measurements were for standard parking spaces, compact parking spaces, and ADA compliant spaces. So we did provide definitions for those based on industry standards. And we've also slightly updated the parking reduction section, mostly just for clarity of defining when a project or a parcel may be eligible for a reduced number of parking spaces than what is defined in the table within this chapter. Next slide. So we also, one of the bigger changes was that we are pulling the sign ordinance that is currently located, I believe, in Title 15 of the municipal code, and we're pulling it into the zoning code. And for the standards that we're updating with signs, one of the bigger topics of discussion that has come up, and we haven't made any edits based on this, it's just been a discussion we've had with county staff, is whether there should be a separate sign permit type. That's pretty common in other jurisdictions' zoning codes, that there's a sign permit and maybe a temporary sign permit that's separate from a use permit. Currently, the current zoning code identifies when a use permit is required for a sign. So creating a different permit type would just create a little bit different of a separation, and we can kind of adjust the standards for those permit types. We've expanded the section for exempt sign types, and that's really just to align with state and federal law that are regarding signs. And there is a section on prohibited sign types, and that's again mostly just industry best practices where we've made updates, and that we see pretty common in other zoning codes across other jurisdictions. And we also included and updated some standards and clarified the standards of how to measure signs, whether that's the sign area for different sign types, the height of signs, and then also the standards for directional signs. And then we also updated any standards throughout to make sure that the sign ordinance is in conformance with federal and state requirements for regulating, or rather the lack of not regulating sign content. So really focusing more on the sign type and the sign design, and not so much of the content on the sign. And there's a couple utilities sections, and those were really just updated more to be more just for consistency with the zoning code, and just a clarification and simplification of language, and for consistency with our formatting. And I believe that is, again, just a general overview. We're happy to take or answer any questions more specific questions you may have, and start this discussion.
Thank you,
Chair, if I may. Michael, did you want to say something? I just wanted to point something out for folks that might be following along digitally. If you look in the backup and open up or download the track changes version, if you go to the table of contents, you can actually click on the page number and it will jump you down to that page. That feature is not there on the clean version, but that might help people to navigate through as we discuss various sections.
Thank you, Judith. It's very helpful to note. Before I hand it back to the commission to ask us and staff any questions about what we presented this evening, I do just want to go over next steps. So what we have planned coming up is we have community plan workshops planned next month, September 15th through the 19th. Believe there is an item on tonight's agenda that Drew will be speaking to, going over some of the topics that we will be covering at these workshops, but we will be hosting a series of workshops as we've done in the past in communities throughout the county. Up after that is we are anticipating a release of the public review draft zoning ordinance in the spring of 2026, as well as having other workshops and community-based workshops on the public review draft of this zoning ordinance in spring of 2026 as well. So this isn't by far, by no means, the last opportunity for the public. This is simply just the first opportunity of many to come. But here's what you essentially can expect from us and as engagement is concerned. So with that, I would like to hand it back to the chair and the commission to ask us any clarifying questions before opening it up to public comment and engaging in a study session. Thank you so much.
All right, do we have any questions?
Well, I'm not sure exactly. I have a bunch of questions, so I'm not sure if that should be before or after the public comment.
I feel the same way. Commissioners, would we like to hear from the public before we ask our questions?
Yeah, please.
We will open our public comment. Do we have any public comment in the room?
Good evening again, Ben Kellogg, Weaverville. I'm actually really excited about this because this goes along with a lot of what the blight discussion that we're going to be having tonight. A lot of this, like the signage stuff, cleaning up downtown Weaverville so it doesn't make it look like a shanty town anymore for people who are coming in, tourists. You know, there's a provision in here that you can't have signs that look like public safety signs or another municipality. So that would get rid of the Caltrans looking signs up and around, you know, the end of each side of Weaverville. It doesn't matter what the content is, which is great. We're focusing on the signage itself. Focusing on sprawl where you have an endless number of garage sales, car sales, community dumping for people to come get stuff. That looks like is going to be going away. So yeah, let's move this on to the Board of Supervisors and get this going. Thank you.
Okay, see no more comment in the room on this item. Is there any comment on Zoom for this item?
Rhoda?
Hi, this is Rhoda Kane from Trinity Center. I just want to remind everyone that Proposition 64 of the state of California says that dollars collected from participants in any program are only to be spent to the benefit of program participants. The cannabis program has paid a hefty amount of money towards the general plan. So when the plan is written to further restrict the rights of cannabis program participants, I believe that it would be illegal in the state of California to use cannabis program dollars for that. Maybe the Planning Commission could encourage the consultants to keep that in mind. Cannabis is agriculture for the state of California, as well as Trinity County. If agriculture needs a CUP in RR zoning, does that mean you need a CUP to have chickens or a small market garden that you sell at the farmer's market? Nobody wants that. I see that in the plan it says that rural residential zoning districts are meant for low-density single-family dwellings on parcels with agricultural uses. How do we square that with the CUP or DUP for certain agricultural uses? On page 112 of the agenda packet regarding cannabis, it's in the Trinity Center General Plan. I'm not sure why it's there, but why are we considering having different regulations in each community plan? Seems wildly inappropriate. This seems like an ordinance issue to me. It also says that staff recommendation is that existing licenses that do not currently have standalone.
Apologies, Rhoda. We just want to consolidate the comments for this agenda item, please.
Are we not talking about the general plan?
We're currently going through the zoning study session. Those community plans are part of a different item.
Right, but they're all oh, are we gonna break this up into several sections and have several times to comment?
Yeah, this is just part 3 of zoning code that we're reviewing currently.
Yes.
Okay, it's hard to tell how you guys are gonna break it up and stuff like that. So zoning, yes, this definitely applies to zoning. So it says staff recommendation is that existing licenses do not currently have standalone use permits be
Rhoda,
converted.
Again, you're talking about subsequent items. Right now, we're just on part 3 of zoning code. So we will
Okay.
definitely open up public comment for the section that you're referring to.
Okay, so needing CUPs and DUPs in certain zones for certain uses isn't in this section.
Correct. This is just the general provisions.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Adrian Keys.
Thank you, commissioners and staff. I understand that this is not the agenda item that Ms. Kane thought it was, but I did want to clarify one thing. I believe that she is referring to Proposition 26, which is a definition of fees and taxes at the state, which does apply to this item. So I figured I'd throw it out there, and I'll probably bring it up again in the next one also. Thank you.
Trinity Alps Craft.
I'm like trying to follow this all at Matthew Jefferson Trinity Center, but it's just like in short, like there's so like, why are we so over regulating our county and the people that live in our county? This is like government overreach and overregulation. If I wanted to move to LA and live under restrictive standards like that, I would have moved to LA, but I moved to rural Trinity County. Like, why are you just adding more and more layers of regulation? This is just like nothing but government overreach. Like, maybe I'm not talking to the right thing, but like you were going through that zoning code and like you're telling me that I'm gonna have to get county approval to have an electric fence. And maybe I'm not talking to the right thing on this, maybe I'm late, but that is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. Like, we have bears and mountain lions and skunks and foxes, and like I'm gonna have to get freaking approval from the county for an electric fence. Like, government overreach to the max. Let us live our lives.
I show no other raised hands.
Thank you to the public who commented, and we will continue. Commissioners, I will open it up for questions.
Excuse me, I have my hand raised also.
I'm so sorry. I didn't see it pop up until right after I said that.
I will allow for this public comment. Go ahead.
John Brower.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I would encourage the commission to take these on one section at a time and take comment on each section independently of the others. Stuff is really important to having a future for our county, and much of it is probably well suited for a lot of the rest of the state, but not so much for our rural county. For instance, the setbacks would have a really hard time working on a lot of the very weird shaped parcels in our county, especially if all of the unclassified parcels are switched to rural residential. We have many very odd shaped and odd topography parcels. And so things like the driveways and setbacks, um, I think would be best dealt with item by item, and please take comment on each. Uh, and overall, I think the consultants did a real good job of uh, presenting what is kind of best practice in other more urban areas of the state, but most of this makes very little sense in Trinity and will only serve to stifle development and hamstring people's desires to do with their personal property. And property rights are important in Trinity County. So if there's a significant advantage to changing from the old language to the new proposed language, maybe consider it. But if there's not a real significant advantage, then I would say stick with the existing language in county code. It's served the county well for many years, and the Planning Commission spends a lot of time dealing with exceptions and variances to even the existing language. And this language is far more restrictive throughout the whole document. So I would really caution against just waving a wand and adopting all this. I would pick through it line by line and really try to be thoughtful about it, and don't do anything that would make it any harder to live and thrive in our unique county. It's so mountainous, and every parcel is so site specific. It's one reason I think the unclassified zone really did work well here. So I would love to be able to pick these apart section by section. We've got plenty of time to do that. Thank you.
Any other raised hands?
I show no other raised hands.
Thank you. At this point in time, we will return it back to the commission for questions.
Okay, maybe I'll start off. I agree with John totally. There's some of these sections where I'm like, they are envisioning a subdivision with nice square lots. They're not in any way seeing what's the reality in Trinity County. So I apologize. I have a lot of comments. I tried to be somewhat expeditious. A lot of the typos and double negatives and stuff, I emailed to the planning staff and asked them to forward to the consultant to try to save some time. But I still have lots of questions. So I guess I'll start off. So page 5, where they talk about measuring the height of a building. It used to be measured from the average level of the highest and lowest point on a building site. And they have changed it to say it's measured as the vertical distance from the existing grade of the parcel to an imaginary plane at the highest point of the structure. So my question is, if you're building on a really steep slope, are you measuring from the low point of the existing grade or the high point of the existing grade? Because you took out the term average. So that's my question.
Nikki, do we have more of an internal question. Have we finalized the figures that would be associated with these standards?
No, we haven't started trying to pull together figures to have a visual aid for what these look like, what these standards would
Well,
look like.
the text, like I said, you took out average, on a slope parcel, you took out the average of the high and the low point, and it just says it's measured from the existing grade. So I don't know that a graphic is going to help much if it doesn't match the text.
And may I chime in?
Yeah.
I agree with what you're pointing out. And then, the bottom section that's been added, height measurements shall be based on existing topography of the parcel before grading for proposed on-site improvements doesn't work well at all, if someone is proposing to take a steep parcel and grade a building pad.
Yeah.
That being said, I think that the first, the vertical distance from the existing grade does work well to describe, at least to my mind,
But
how we
which,
would
which part of the existing grade?
right, any part of the existing grade, but again, to your point, right, if you've built a multi-story house on a steep parcel where access may be at the bottommost level or the second floor, right, like what is the actual height? And I mean, I think it's really relative to fire apparatus, is where my mind goes, as far as, where do you access the house with a fire engine? And what is the maximum allowable height based on fire apparatus accessibility?
That leads me into my next comment. That's perfect. Thank you. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that up as a question. I think that is confusing and maybe you guys could clarify that. And then on the next page where you're talking about height, you say that, let's see, it's in section 2, F. No, it must be G. It says that public buildings, schools, places of assembly, hospitals, and other similar institutions can exceed the maximum height limits of the underlying zone, provided they are less than 50 feet in height. And I'd like to point out that the Planning Commission back in 2024 passed a change to the code 17.18.060 adopted by the board, ordinance 315-855. And it says that the maximum height of buildings is 25 feet or 45 feet if the parcel is located in the Weaverville Fire District. And that's because only Weaverville has a ladder truck. So all the other volunteer fire departments, basically the way this is allowed by right, it's an exception allowed by right. You could have a hospital, a school up to 50 feet anywhere in the county. And that's, to me, that's a fire hazard. So I hope that you can go back and look at the code and that ordinance and match what you're allowing by right to what the current ordinance is. Because we can't afford to buy a ladder truck. Right?
Or to lose a hospital because we don't have a ladder truck.
Right.
Well, this whole plan seems like more of a city plan than a rural plan. It should be
Totally.
put in place in Weaverville, and then the rest of the county can stay the same way it was.
There's still some concerns from Weaverville. There's some language of right angles here. And if you want to look at Weaverville's layout, we don't have a lot of, you're going to lose a lot of room if you make us cut to right angles.
Well, I mean, another factor too is the building department can't keep up as it is. Now you're going to make it almost impossible to issue a permit at this point. Timely. I think this is definitely more of a city plan than a rural county plan. This is not a
Right.
county plan, in my opinion. I mean, I came to this late, so all I can do is
Okay.
make a comment, but.
Should I keep going? Do you guys, I'm just kind of, I'm going through this. I don't know where you want to chime in. Page by page? Okay, I'm on page. I just have a question. So why is page 8 and all that yellow? It's highlighted in yellow?
Yeah, I believe that's a lot of it is referring to subdivisions. We've flagged that to be moved to a different title that is, or a different chapter that has to do with subdivisions, since that's a more specific type of it's not something that would necessarily apply to all zones, which is the focus of part 3. So that those sections are highlighted to be moved into the section that speaks to subdivisions.
Even though some of it is talking about ag forest and all that, you're talking about subdivisions on ag forest now? You're talking about AF 40 zoning?
Which section are you referring to?
G2, where you have the example with the incorrect number. Page 8. It just, if that's subdivisions, it's just, there's nothing in there that talks about subdivisions, so it's just very confusing, sorry.
This subsection G is specific to the division of substandard size lots, specifically those within the RE and the agricultural general plan designations. Those would include the AF and the A designations and zones. So
But isn't it inconsistent to think that we would be talking about subdivisions in resource areas, the RE zones?
this is existing language. So what we're flagging is an internal flag of just noting these are, whether these are retained or not, we're flagging of saying these are probably be better housed in the subdivision chapter that we're making for this code specifically.
Well, I think some of this though is just splitting parcels, and then later on in this section is the development of subdivisions. And so to the point that, yes, some of this may make sense in a subdivision section, but some of it doesn't.
Right.
Parcel splits would still be considered a subdivision of land, not the conventional, concept of a subdivision, but lot line adjustments and parcel splits all should live under the subdivision section, I think is under subdivision map act generally, I think is what Michael's getting at.
Okay. All right. That helps. Thank you. Let's see. So then I'm on page 9, where you talk about subdivision sites. Let's see. Sorry, it's J1A, where you identify important public resource sites, and Trinity County, Fish and Game, BLM, Forest Service can identify important public resource sites. I'm wondering if you want to add FEMA to potentially pick up flood zone sites. And then if you want to, since you're talking later in subsection F about wildland fuel break areas, if you don't want to add the Resource Conservation District's Community Wildfire Protection Plan.
Those are wonderful additions that we can certainly make note of and incorporate into the next draft.
Okay, because I think in the terms of what you're trying to do here, you're trying to say, riparian areas, wild and scenic areas, critical deer winter range, I think floodplains identified by FEMA, and fuel breaks that are delineated in the Community Wildfire Protection Plan fall into the category of all those other kind of areas you're trying to single out. So I would suggest that. Let's see. Just so I have a note on page 14, and it follows throughout. On page 14, you're talking about the community development director can can identify setbacks on irregular parcels. And in other parts of the draft language, you're talking about the planning director, and in other parts, you're talking about the director of transportation and planning, which I don't think we have anymore. So I just would suggest that you're gonna come up with some consistency in terms of who it's either the planning commission or the community development director, I believe, that would be doing these different approvals. Am I saying that right, Drew?
I think it's a great point. It's certainly something that we've dialogued a bit about, something that needs to be addressed as it relates to kind of the updated organizational structure, within community development. I have talked to Trent more recently about this, so undoubtedly we will dig into that topic and terminology and ensure that there's consistency. Yeah.
Okay. I just have a question. So page 15, you're talking about setbacks for parcels abutting a federal or state highway. Then it's supposed to be 50 feet. And I know that's for new development, but what about existing development in downtown Weaverville where everything is like right on Highway 299? If someone wants to infill a parcel or redevelop a parcel, are they going to have a 50-foot setback where everybody else has essentially a 0 setback? It's just a question.
Drew, I'm not sure what existing practices in the county. Maybe you can speak to that. But at least as is recommended here, it would have to comply just given safety standards of being on a state or on essentially a state highway. There are potential exceptions that the commission could build in or that the director could potentially make if there were findings, conditions of approval that we wanted to establish. Some communities do that. I am not sure though, the exception along I guess a state highway. It's something that we would have to look into and whether or not that 50-foot can be reduced through an action of the county.
And I haven't seen in my time here a project for new development within, downtown Weaverville, if that's the example. So I don't think it would apply to like a remodel of an existing structure, but it is a good question as it relates to like a demo and rebuild if we wanted to say increase the height or, expand into kind of more mixed use type development. How does that 50-foot setback apply? I think it's a great question.
Well, and then there's also the question for historic Weaverville, that area, if Caltrans actually has the right of way, because there's no documentation on either side to say that they have the ownership or the authority in that corridor. So,
Yeah, and I was thinking about the building at the corner of Oregon and 299, the old timer here, the old grocery store. If that gets, they've asked for ideas on essentially rebuilding that. So I'm curious whether or not they would have to move 50 feet back, which would really decrease, the options for that lot. So that's why I
really, any of them, if they were to be damaged and need to rebuild, are the question, are they grandfathered in at their existing sites, or would they then have to adhere to these new building code if they're grandfathered into their existing footprint, or something like that?
So maybe you would want to add language to that section that would let the planning commission, waive that requirement, if it's appropriate.
Yeah, and I think there's other areas too along our state highways that Weaverville's a great example because it's so tight and narrow, but I don't think it's the only location in Trinity County where we're not meeting these new proposed
50 foot.
setbacks, especially with, even with the fences as well, so.
Right, and
Chair,
I
if I
think,
may ask a question.
go ahead, Michael.
Yes.
Commissioner Fall had mentioned potentially creating the option of having planning commission or an exception that the planning commission could take action on. Is there interest in allowing a deviation or an exception at the staff level as opposed to having an applicant potentially submit an application and go before the planning commission for that approval? Is that something you would feel comfortable with your essentially your planning staff making a determination if it were maybe at a certain threshold or just in general making that exception on behalf of an applicant if they were to request?
And then it could be appealed to the planning commission. And then it would be able to be appealed to the planning commission if there was a dispute on that.
Absolutely, certainly. We could definitely write that into the hierarchy or at least the processing procedures if that was desired.
And what I was going to just throw out there and point out is that currently for development that, might be impacted by this 50-foot setback, we are doing requests for comments to Caltrans. And so to your point, Commissioner Flights, I haven't seen Caltrans come back with anything restrictive, at least in downtown Weaverville, but it is an interesting piece of the puzzle that there's no clear record of who owns the right of way specific to this area. And then certainly, the point of much of the 299 corridor, Highway 3 and Hayfork, there are a lot of areas that this 50-foot setback, if, enforced by Caltrans, would potentially create some issues, and or we do need an exception process established to allow for, the expansion of the mixed use concept that I think we're all supportive of, so that, existing footprints can be expanded to greater height and additional uses.
Yeah, I mean, I've been working with Caltrans on some of their right-of-ways up in Highway 3 North, and they're 10 to 20 feet essentially off the road. So that's like 20, 30 feet max off the center line. And so, yeah, I don't know that they're up there, they're looking at 50 feet off. But yeah, I could see downtown Hayfork being impacted for sure.
And I do know on a specific project, we've received kind of that there's a 50-foot setback off of Highway 36.
So I guess to answer your question, Michael, I personally, I think having the community development director have the option to say, we're going to waive this 50-foot setback, that's fine with me. And I would say also on swimming pools, I don't know why the planning commission has to get into where a swimming pool is. I think that should be up to the community development director. That's on page 17, where it says, unless otherwise approved by the planning commission, swimming pools have to be in your backyard or 50 feet from the front property line. I mean, I don't know why the planning commission has to deal with a swimming pool.
Yeah, and that was, I believe that was an existing requirement in the current zoning code, but we can definitely modify that.
Thank you. Same thing, there's setbacks in Part B. Planning Commission can reduce the setbacks as part of a use permit. To me, I mean, where you put your swimming pool, that's a staff level thing.
On page 16, so the vision setbacks formed by a 90-degree triangle with two sides measuring 30 feet along each side of the driveway. I don't know what that would look like. Could you describe that a little differently for me?
I think we might be actually able to pull up a image example for you. We haven't completed all of the graphical figures for this project entirely until we hone in on the actual number standards. But I think we might be able to pull up just a general example.
Thank you. This one's gonna come up a couple more times.
Yeah, we have such irregular lots.
And I'm noticing that the W is missing in way. Where it's right of way, it's right of A currently.
Right of egg.
So while that's coming up, can I ask, are these details, is the public going to be able to read through these drafts and discuss these types of details at the community workshops? Or not?
I don't think that's,
This is not slated for the discussion topics at the community workshops, but as Michael pointed out earlier in the presentation, when we get into the spring of 2026, then the consolidated public review draft will be released for public review. And then we will have a series of, planning commission and board meetings to take in public comment and review.
Copy. Thank you.
Do just want to preface what I'm sharing on my screen. This is an example from a urban jurisdiction. So in here, you'll see improvements that would not be common. We have sidewalks and a planter strip. So this is really just for illustrative purposes. But when we talk about measuring along the street frontage versus along the driveway, that's illustrated here by the alley and driveway right of way and an easement diagram in which we're creating this triangular space that we measure along the driveway itself, where we don't want visual obstructions. Really, a visual obstruction would be anything that's over 3 feet that would inhibit someone's visibility, pulling out, pulling in, or someone walking along a parcel. This really only becomes an issue when you're along street frontages and of course at higher speeds. We also, your reaction times are slowed down. So this is really just a best practice recommendation. The number, the distance is all dependent on the jurisdiction. And you're in your more urban settings, of course, you're not going to have as large requirement of this area. However, in rural settings, it is common to have these expanded 100, 150 feet, depending on if you're along a highway, potentially. But the real goal here is to prevent that situation, as I'm sure we've all been in, when you're pulling out of a driveway and you can't see what's to the left or the right of you. It does create a safety concern and potential hazard that we are trying to find a way to address via a standard. Does that picture or diagram help, Chair?
Yes, thank you. I definitely will be visiting that a little bit more closely because I definitely am aware of places where that is not currently in place and concerned about what future impacts I could have, specifically with fences, private property fence lines in communities. They want to be able to be at their driveway next to your driveway. You don't have to set it back or do a weird angle or something. So I'll be looking more closely at that one to provide additional feedback.
It'd be nice to break it down section by section and vote on each section instead of the whole too. Like if we actually went over each section and then voted on it independently. Instead of just doing the whole thing as a whole.
so I don't know that we're voting. I think we're just providing comments and questions. But I agree. I mean, maybe we could ask the public if they had any comments about this first section before we go to fences and walls.
Okay.
I think that's a great idea.
All right. So we will open for public comment on, sorry, 1 second, scrolling.
General site.
Chapter 17.0 or 0.40, general site and development standards. Of the board packet. It is page 10. Hold on, to page 22. Oh, got it. Page numbers, yep.
For the pages of the track document, it's pages 5 through 17.
Thank you.
So I agree with
Can
the,
you pull your mic down?
better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry, I'm short. So I tend to agree with the previous commenters about wanting to keep the ruralness up here. We need to find a balance because forever people are people and they'll stretch what they can do up here or anywhere. So realistically, yeah, we need to go through this with fine tooth comb and strike that balance between what we want to enforce, how deep we want to enforce it, to keeping the ruralness of Trinity County up here. My other concern would be, and this is from personal experience, is that we really need to have our zoning and our codes tight because we do have HOAs up here. And what the county allows and what some of the HOAs up here allow are drastically different. And the HOAs are supposed to not infringe on what local, state, and federal law is. So I would caution on you guys either making things too drastic or not enough drastic on some points. Thank you.
Lisa Wright Lewiston. So it's just so much minutia. All that red is new. Just so I understand, all the red that isn't stricken through is new, or is that existing?
No, that's underlined is new.
Underlined is new.
It's at the
Reworded.
end, right, at the end of any section, it points out whether the source is new or the source is existing. So red may have been moved from another section. It's not necessarily new language.
I guess it's just super confusing, why we need to have this level of regulation over just lives in general. And, the other question I have is, who the hell's going to enforce this? And who's going to process all these applications? I mean, we don't need a bigger government. We already have way too big of a government in Trinity County, right? So do we take that into account? As we're looking at this, do we want to add more regulation? I think if it's a health and safety concern, then most definitely. But some of these other things, it's like, really? We have to get down into this level of detail? I just don't get it, unless it's required by state law. I guess that's the other piece that I would factor in if we could, but it's just kind of crazy to me.
Thank you. Public comment in the room. We will move to public comment on Zoom.
John Brower.
Hello, can you hear me?
It's a little garbled, but we'll try. Go ahead.
How's this? Any better?
About the same.
How's, sorry. Yeah, I agree. I think this is, and my internet is working really slow. This is really hard to read and keep up. I think it would be best if the chair, or maybe you guys could rotate on the board, reading each line by line until it's clearly understood, especially by the commissioners. If not, other participants online in the room also, and really ensure that the commission understands these changes. They seem like small details, but when someone goes to develop a parcel in Trinity County in a compliant way, following the rules, a lot of this stuff will make it infeasible on many, many parcels in our county. Um, I would, I would really love to see you guys pick through this line by line and read it out loud and gain and make sure there's consensus among the commission on the intent and the meanings, and then see if there's consensus amongst the commission that the proposed language is an improvement over existing language in existing code. This is probably a great fit for lots of big cities and even lots of small cities and counties, but we are probably the least population density of anywhere in the state and the poorest county in the state most years. So the previous commenter is absolutely right. Like, who is going to enforce this? And I think what we need to aim for is that our regulations in Trinity County allow people to be compliant. 90% of people, 90% of the time. Maybe 90% of the people, 90% compliant, 90% of the time is really what's realistic for us. And I don't think anybody moved into Trinity for this level of overregulation. And we do have many homeowners associations in Trinity that can provide another layer of this if someone desires to live in a neighborhood like that. For instance, my neighborhood has an HOA, and a lot of this stuff is embedded in our CC&Rs, but it's really not a good fit for a place like Trinity County generally. Thanks.
Adrian Keys.
Hey, thanks again, Commissioner and staff. I tend to agree with both the previous commenters. I think that we need to consider the fact that these suggested regulations might be really appropriate in places that are maybe more high density or experiencing rapid growth or have the potential for growth beyond what can really be foreseen. But I think that generally we need to make sure that our regulations make it accessible for people to move here, to develop any kind of land here in any kind of way, and that generally throughout their general plan update in our zoning code and such, we should work with policies and procedures that actually support those people. And so instead of being punitive, have them be helpful. So when people do run up against a wall, maybe having to do with something with setbacks or any of these other things that have been discussed, that we preemptively create pathways for them to be able to move forward and just don't simply lock projects out. It's not this exact topic, but it does bring to mind how the county is considering breaking the rural residential zone up into several new are kind of related zones of the low density and all that sort of stuff. That would make sense if we were, in West LA or something. I don't see how that makes any kind of sense here. And then if you look at those types of restrictions that are being proposed and then layer these restrictions on them, and then all the other stuff that's intrinsic to development that's state required, it just seems to me that we're really boxing ourselves into a corner, and we need to be really, really cautious about making our county more inaccessible than it already is to development. Take into account like parcel sizes and shapes. There are few square parcels here, and if they are square, they might have, I don't know, 1,000-foot vertical raise from one corner to the other or something. God knows. It's not at all uncommon. So prescriptive regulation on the surface on which we all operate is really challenging to imagine being functional at all. Right on. Thank you very much.
Trinity Alps Canacraft.
Hi, Commission, Matt Jefferson, Trinity Center again. I mean, I don't really have much to say, just to reiterate everything that all the previous speakers have been saying. We live in a rural county, and this overregulation and government overreach is not what we signed up for when we moved to this county. And trying to change our county into some overregulated, high-density city is just ridiculous. So I hope you acknowledge here and listen what all the previous speakers have been saying. Thank you.
Rhoda?
Mine is more of a question. I believe that you said you were working on page 10 through 17 right now, and page 10 of which document?
The page numbers that Commissioner Fall listed off are on the draft track changes version of the document.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought, but when I pull that up, page 10 just starts with section C, critical deer winter range. So,
I said page 5 through 17.
oh, okay.
And yeah, mine 10 was for the board packet. It
10,
starts
yeah,
on page
10
10 of the board
Right.
is the
packet.
board
Yep.
It's
packet.
super hard. This new system the county has is nearly impossible to use on a mobile device. So it's hard to, yeah, it's definitely not either of those pages here in my device.
It might be easier to download the document from the agenda.
There's no other way it has to be downloaded. I have to download it every time. So I have it downloaded. But okay, that's, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out when I'll be allowed to comment on RR zoning and CUPs.
That's the next agenda item.
Thank you.
Any comment on Zoom?
I show no other raised hands.
Okay, thank you. We will close comment and we will continue, excuse me, sorry, into fences and wall. Yep. Yes, into 17.45 fences and walls. All right, at the pleasure of the commission, would we like to go line by line or would?
I just want to say, just to let you know, Nikki did a good job originally of saying that a lot of the underlined stuff that looks like it's new is actually rewording of the old code. So, because there's a lot of strike through and then there's underlined. So it is a little misleading when you see a lot of red, that not all of that is brand new stuff. It's just reworded old stuff. So there's not as much kind of new regulation as you think. And then I did want to say also, I totally agree with people. I don't think a lot of this is applicable to Trinity County. And so when I'm going through and making comments, I'm kind of focused on that. So I did go, that's why I said I sent earlier a lot of typo comments because I went through line by line, you know, me, picky me, trying to say, wait, that doesn't make sense. So, okay. So then on page 19, this is new language about fences where it says there's no permit required for fences and walls that are under 7 feet. And then fences and walls that are more than 7 feet in height require a building permit. That clarification I liked, but they took out the language that says that allowed for a variance where fences and walls, you know, could get a variance. And so I'm wondering, it's black and white, but I mean, at a certain point, if someone comes in and says, I really need a fence that's 7 feet, 3 inches or something, is there a way to have, again, staff approval or not a variance, that's too expensive, but some other alternate means of approval?
Thank you, Commissioner Fall, for the question. There certainly is the ability to build a director level or staff level exception into that standard.
And I was going to add that although the variance component of the fence height has been removed, it doesn't limit the ability, nor does it make it discretionary in the way that I read it, because it just means that if you want to build a fence or wall that's more than 7 feet, you need a building permit. If you're less than 7 feet, you're good to go. So that's section A and B above the A that's in blue that has been struck.
Well, I know I have a vegetable garden and sometimes it depends on which part of the topography you're looking at. Because the deer will jump over stuff if they're coming down a hill. And so parts of my garden are a little bit higher than other parts. And so I'm just trying to figure out, don't want to be a criminal here. What are my options? Get a building permit for the section of the fence that's 7.5 feet?
That would
From a
be a
safety
state law, building code standard. Any fence that is above 7 feet is considered a structure and would require a building permit.
Okay. All right. Well, that answers that. Okay.
If I may, Chair. Yeah, there are many portions in here that when I put it in the perspective of if I lived in town, they would make sense, right? Like navigating through this on my computer is challenging. But in the section 3B, when it talking about, oh, sorry, I just went to page 57, shoot. Hold on. Yeah, well, it had mentioned, like the front yard's height can be no higher than 3 feet. Can you provide some clarity on that regulation? The front yard, is that it doesn't specify the type of zoning? I mean, if that was in certain neighborhoods, I understand how that could work. Is there something that I'm missing?
So this regulation is specific to all residential zones. So those would be
Residential.
your R zones. And what it is saying is it's getting down to the intent of this, and this is an existing regulation, but what I am referring is the intent here is to eliminate those visual obstructions potentially. And so it's limiting the height within that setback area to 3 feet. It is fairly common. We see that a lot in a lot of zoning codes. If there is a desire, again, to modify, we could create this director modification or director exception where staff has the ability to, via a percentage or a threshold, allow some deviation or variation to those standards. But yeah, that it is for residential zones specifically.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm still I apologize for not having exactly where it should be at my fingertips. It'd be better if I had a mouse to navigate this, but I don't. But it mentioned that there needs to be security fencing of, I don't know, I wrote down section B, around any power generating device, there needs to be a 7-foot fence.
Yeah, what about generators?
And so like inside my property that has a 5-foot fence, I need to build a 6-foot fence around my generator? Is that what this is saying?
Let's see. So according to existing county regulations, it appears that would be correct. All power generating equipment shall be completely enclosed within a building or by a fence that is at least 6 feet in height. As it stands now, property owners would be required to submit plans and a permit in order for that to take place. If there is a desire to eliminate that and deregulate, we can restrike that from this ordinance.
Well, but can't you define power generating equipment to exclude a certain size generator? Because there's small generators attached to every house, and you don't want to have every one of those fenced.
Or if you have a Pelton wheel down in the creek,
Yeah.
you need to have a 6-foot fence around the Pelton wheel. I mean, and is that building code, or that they're just putting into this, or is this zoning code that is in this.
So that's existing county code
That's existing county building code or just,
in chapter
Well,
17.
we need to fix that then.
yeah, yeah. There's, I see a lot of criminals on certain neighborhoods that have their backup generators that help them in times of need that don't necessarily need 6-foot fences around them.
Can you put in a definition of power generating equipment, and,
I mean,
have size or something? I mean, so that you can exclude a lot of this smaller stuff.
I mean, it makes sense for municipality level equipment to be protected, vandalism, keep people safe, keep animals safe from wandering in there.
yeah, if a school has a 100,000-watt generator or a hospital, but a 20 kW whole house generator to help you in times of when a fire or a natural disaster, that doesn't seem, I mean, granted, it would be nice to have a fence to keep people from stealing your generator, but that's at the discretion of the property owner,
I mean,
it would seem.
I don't think we've enforced this either, right? We know people that have generators and then they don't have 6-foot fences around them.
I plead the fifth
Um,
on this.
What I meant as far as going like line by line and actually eliminating some of this stuff.
Well, I think we're catching it. Angel had a comment.
Yes, I think traditionally, the only time it's been like what it most have interpreted that to be applied as is if a building permit's pulled for one of those bigger generators, then the fence is required around the generator.
So what are you qualifying as a bigger generator though?
Well, it's based off of building code on when it's a portable unit versus a standalone structure for a generator.
But what's a portable unit? Like a 22 kV, it's bolted down and everything. It's,
Definitely not portable.
No. Yeah, I
No.
believe it depends on whether or not building would require like inspections and for hooking up of the generator to
but
the.
we put in a generator at the fire station and it required a building permit and an inspection, and it's not fenced. So anyway, I guess that's
Okay, so
the consensus is we think we should fix that.
we think we should define that or remove it.
Copy that.
I'd say just remove a fence. And I mean, there is definitely safety precautions for institutions, for really, really large Frontier has a backup generator. Maybe that makes sense that a fence would be needed. So some level of standards, but at this point, without findings, would be just shooting in the dark for numbers.
So I have another comment on page 20. So there was language under industrial zones at the very bottom of the page where it says, if you're in an industrial zone and you're adjacent to a residential use, the site has to put in a solid decorative rustic looking wall not less than 6 feet in height, blah, blah, blah. That got moved to essentially every zone. So it just says under height limitations, at the top of the page, it got moved to section B1B. And it says where the site abuts a residential zone, school, or park, you have to put in a solid decorative rustic looking wall, 6 feet in height, constructed, blah, blah, blah. You don't need, so what site? Is that still an industrial site? Or is it just, let's say you put in a campground next to a residential zone, or you put in a park next to a residential zone? Do you have to have these 6-foot solid decorative rustic looking walls? So I think it got moved from industrial site up to the other non-residential zones, and maybe that's not appropriate. I could see where you'd want to have an industrial site, have a wall between you and whatever, residences, schools, parks, but otherwise, if it's a compatible land use, who cares?
Would agree.
How large does the fence have to be around the generator also, as far as leaving enough room so it doesn't overheat, or?
Mhm.
So how much area do you need now to have a fence around the generator?
Well, right now we're talking about between industrial
Oh,
sites
gotcha. Okay.
versus resident school. But if it got moved from where it was, so it's now like non-residential zone. So if you're anything that's non-residential and you're against a park, a school, decorative, then you have to create this 6-foot wall.
Rustic looking.
Sorry, I'm behind trying to follow on my phone here, so.
So would the
Right.
planning commission like for that to just remain when it's next to an industrial site? We moved it there because it can be common if you're next to a commercial site that would, commercial zone, next to a residential zone, that a fence would also be required. We can change it so that it is more specific about which non-residential zones, but I just wanted clarification if commission thought it should just be industrial or industrial and commercial.
Well, I think it also, what kind of industrial? I mean, we're not going to put up all of these fences in our industrial timberlands.
Right, well,
So-
and so
Natural
I
zoning.
think what Nikki's at, so like, let's say
that's a
you did
zoning.
have, let's say you had a
Non-residential zones right now, so our
Commercial.
TPZs are.
And this is just for if a non-residential zone abuts a residential zone or a school or public park.
right, and so I'm saying, if you had a commercial area, let's say you had a little tiny shop that was selling something, or you had a post office, you're saying between the post office and the residential area next to it, you have to have a 6-foot wall between the little, craft shop and the park next door. You got to have a 6-foot wall. And I'm just saying, I don't think that's kind of what we had in mind. It was an industrial zone.
Burnt Ranch Post Office and the neighbors. I'm trying to visualize like that, and so I see, in my mind, I see two examples. One is the volunteer fire hall in Hayfork, and the backyard of that, or it's the backyard of people, a neighborhood, and it doesn't have a fence, and nor has the community demanded a fence that I've heard of. As a matter of fact, the fire department actually has utilized that area and the surrounding homes in exercises and such. And so that would be an undue burden. You're in the volunteer fire department there. Do you know what I'm talking about? Would this zoning mandate a fence be between the fire hall and those residents' backyards?
Well, if it's new,
Or if you're going
If
to
it's new.
create an improvement to.
yeah, I mean, exactly, Duncan. I'm looking at, so, the main street through Trinity Center has
Mhm.
commercial on the main street, and right behind it are residences.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you had those, the little restaurant and all that stuff, if they did something, you'd have to have this big, rustic looking 6-foot wall to separate them from a residence. And the residents don't really care.
Right, the post office in Burt Ranch and a home that's next to the post office that has existed, or the Burt Ranch store, which is, defunct, but,
Sawyer, Hawkins Bar.
or the Sawyer store, and there's homes around it and such. There's a lot of examples where granted, those are existing, but where there has been a balance and there's been no need to have a big privacy fence.
So, I mean, my thought was that it should only apply to industrial zones, but whatever you guys think is fine. I mean, I just thought if you had an industrial zone, maybe then you would want to have a wall between residences, schools, parks. I don't know.
Yeah, another example is C1 and RR at Northern Delights in Hayfork, right? There's homes right around it and such. It just seems like this has while the intentions, I see where the intentions are valid, it's just not that straightforward in our community.
So to give some direction to the Mentor Harnish team, do you guys want to move this into take it out of general provisions and move it into just the industrial zoning district? Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
Yeah, where it was.
I'd like to see it there
Yeah.
for the next draft, please.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And we have just one question about regarding this standard of there is the language of that it needs to be a solid decorative rustic looking wall or fence. Does the planning commission want to retain that language or have it just be have it generically say a solid wall or fence at least 6 feet high?
Let's say if an industrial zoning is going to move next to a existing residential or an industrial build company moves next to a residential area, it makes sense for them to build that fence and make that fence blend with the neighboring community. Yeah, I don't mind that.
So you would propose changing it from solid decorative rusting looking to say,
I'm okay with it being a
mead.
rustic looking, and their intent is to make it less abrasive rather than like cyclone wire and big 7-foot fence. Then since it's up next to a residential area, they would want to make it less abrasive looking is the intent behind
I
it.
just think rustic is a little difficult and also depends on where you're gonna put it, right, in our communities. So if you were to put that up against Weaver Valley Loop, that's all new buildings, rustic's gonna look a little funky. But
But you don't want a concrete block wall either, right?
no. But I would say I would probably,
Following the aesthetics of the neighborhood.
yes, that's
that.
something more in line of what I would recommend, but how do you enforce in line with the aesthetics of the neighborhood?
That could be interpreted in quite a
How do
big
you
variation.
enforce or plan rustic?
Can you put that in there, Nikki? Does that work? In line with the aesthetics of the adjacent?
Yes, we can update the language to not specify rustic. Definitely can make that change.
Thank you, and you're welcome to workshop it so that it flows well. Okay.
So the use of barbed wire and electrified fence. There's areas there it was crossed out and areas. So what
you-
is the bottom line for the use of barbed wire and electric fence?
So you're on page 21, I think B, where it basically says, if you're using barbed wire, razor wire, electrified, or other dangerous fencing materials, you can use them on an allowed agricultural use if needed for livestock or ranch operations. And then the director, doesn't specify which director, but the director can approve those. So it's not like it's a prohibition totally, it's just like certain, like, it has to be an allowed ag use, and it has to be, if it's not one of those first two things, then the director can still approve it, right?
What is the existing regulations for that?
I don't believe that that is entirely addressed currently. Angel, do you?
It is in county code under fencing prohibited materials. The crossed out section is what it used to be. And it didn't, I don't think allowed for director discretion. And I cannot remember if it allowed for agriculture uses or not. I haven't dived much into that section.
So I cannot use it for my dogs or my children? I mean, my dogs.
We live in bear country, right? So for me, I know a lot of individuals who will use it to keep bears either out of their orchards or keep the bears out of their trash. So I think we might want to have some discretion here for the opportunity for barbed wire and then maybe the electric fences and then leave the razor wire as with other dangerous fencing materials would be my recommendation to treat barbed wire and electric fencings differently than razor wire and other dangerous fencing materials.
Either that, or I was looking at it like, so allowed agricultural use to me is kind of narrow when it's just talking about livestock or ranch operations. You know, like there's beekeeping, there's, fruit orchards, that aren't really livestock or ranch operations. So to me, that's a little bit too narrow in terms of the definition of agricultural use, because there are a lot of, a lot of other, like you say, I got to keep the bears out of my garden. I don't have barbed wire or razor wire. I just have a like
It's the most
over
eff-
7-foot fence.
yeah, it's the most effective deterrent that I found for bears around, like my chicken coop and such. And that would be, I don't use it for my bees, but it would be, yeah. So it's more than just agriculture. It could be horticultural use.
Yeah.
I can go to Tractor Supply and get electric fence. I just don't see why, unless in maybe residential R1 and 2 zoning, why the electric fence needs to be put into the regulations.
So Nikki, the bottom line, what we're trying to do here is protect public safety. Is there a way to just say that you can't use barbed wire, razor wire, electrified, or other dangerous fencing if it is a threat to public safety? And then that would
Enforce that. How do you know if it's a threat unless somebody got hurt?
his kids got electrocuted.
They
Gonna
get
have to get hurt first.
it doesn't hurt them too bad. It just shocks them a little bit.
Slows them
And they'll
down.
only get shocked one time. They learn fast.
But that's what we're really trying to do. That's the bottom line is why are we putting these specifications in there? We're trying to protect public safety. So is there a way, do you know other language that would let us get to that real concern?
Well, I do think there is some like aesthetic component to it. We don't just want like barbed wire, razor wire, electric fence all down Main Street either. So
So could we do it on a density basis as far as, razor wire and electric fence not allowed in an urban area and base it on density?
I know like out, what is that? What is across from East Weaver?
well, like I would say, sorry, I'm forgetting, but like Glen Road, they're having problems with bears and
Yeah,
and,
there's
and
people
that kind
have
of stuff. So
agriculture in town, yeah. Or they have horses, they have pigs,
yep,
any place that
it's a
allows,
hospital too.
yeah. Mhm.
I think that one's hard.
So if I may to try to answer Commissioner Fall's question, I think it would be difficult, certainly difficult to enforce from a staff's perspective of how we would define the safety. I think that is the overall goal of the zoning ordinance and zoning regulations, and it's the job of the zoning to be specific is to specify how it's protecting. And so in this case, the kind of the recommendation would be to allow it, but on, at least as it's written currently, on ag and livestock uses. I think if we want to massage that a little bit, we have the opportunity to. I think the most effective way to do that would be to either regulate by use or regulate by zone. So if there is the desire to allow this in some of your, as the commissioner mentioned, more of your lower density residential zones, we certainly could. And then maybe exclude that from your more higher density residential zones. We could get into specifying that. and just have zone-specific fencing standards. That way, we're not necessarily, we don't care about the use. We're just saying, here's your zone. We already know, what types of generally land uses are going to be allowed in those zones. It would really just then be up to the property owner to use their discretion whether or not they wanted the fence not at that point. Does that kind of track with maybe what the commission's intent is here?
Some of that, but I still do think that on the back of some high density areas, we need to allow for that use. So if they're abutting federal lands or abutting state lands or abutting open property, that they are subjected to greater wildlife interactions
That'd
and
be
may need.
like a DUP item.
No, I think they should have the by right to utilize those items with, it's not going to be a visual
It's gonna be really
impairment.
hard to specify and get it right. I mean, there's gonna be variation all the time. You're never gonna write that up and get it right, I don't think. It'd be really
We do have
hard
an exception in here where we have put that upon director approval, when such fence, you are allowed this type of fencing also if upon director approval, if it's demonstrated that it's necessary for the right now we're saying for the security of the business operations. However, we could expand that. We could just say for site operations, and have that be, as indicated by the commissioner, more of a director level approval. That way it doesn't necessarily even have to come across the dais for consideration.
Yeah, I think that security of business operations needs to be a lot broader in terms of what the director can approve.
Maybe something like along the lines of the associated use or something that's, kind of just broad enough to capture what people are doing, what they're trying to prevent, I mean, I think one of the other issues is kind of related to building permits and, land use approvals generally, right? Where we are not in a mode where we are, back to the generator conversation. I'm sure we all are aware of Generacs on people's property that don't have fences around them. So I'd say currently we are not in the mode of regulating a lot of these types of fences, with the exception of solid fences that exceed the height limitations. And that's enforced by building primarily at this point. So
Yes, I just also don't want to open this up to 10 million director use permits and then it tying up staff time.
well, it'd still be based on density, so it only happen, like say even right here in town probably would be the only place that something like that would even happen. So you're talking a handful at the best that would want to put up razor wire or electric fence for a bear or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, we'd also think about Lewiston, we'd think about around Trinity Center. So,
There's a property in my neighborhood. It's like 10 acres, and some folks from Texas moved in and they like barbed wire down there apparently. And they put 4 strands of barbed wire. They didn't even have livestock. And that was 4 strands up to maybe 5 feet. And I have pulled numerous deer out of the fencing. And so it was just like, I understand, we had horses growing up. We had barbed wire, but 4 strands of barbed wire is a nuisance to the environment. And so I'm not wanting to overregulate, but there is a level of excessiveness that hurts the just the free movement of the wildlife. It doesn't just prohibit it. They get caught and have to be put down. Or dogs. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Put 8 strands in, they can't get stuck in it. And then they jump over it and it's fine.
Yeah.
So just for the sake of time, given that we've, we're now 2 hours into 1/3 of the first item, I think that we should just, identify these topics for further discussion. We don't have to make any final decisions tonight. This item is really just intended to, start the process of us digging into these various proposed changes, modifications, and new code sections. So I think ideally, the commissioners and the public, anyone who's interested, can continue to digest all of this and take notes. And undoubtedly, we will bring it back around, probably a couple times before it's finally adopted. So we don't have to feel like we have to figure this all out right now tonight. Just some guidance, maybe.
Want to speed through something that should be looked at closely.
Right, and that's my point, that this is not the final chance to look at it. This is really just the first opportunity to start digging into this. So I think that, again, just for time's sake, anything that we want to, discuss further, we could just make a note of that, and we could even, have a subsequent study session on any of these specific topics to dig into them more, something like that.
Like giving, just as we move through it, hey, this is a point that needs some clarity. Can you come bring it back on our next time through? And there'll be a little more clarity on these matters.
As Michael pointed out, there's going to be a public review draft that's going to go out to the public for all them to look. And I'm sure they're going to be saying the same thing. So.
And, based on some of the public comment we've heard, if the desire of the commission or the public is to review all of that line by line, then I think we all need to plan to schedule several days, full days, to go through everything line by line more than once is what it's sounding like at this point. So we're not going to get there tonight. That's for sure.
If that's what it takes to get it right. I mean, it's going to affect everything for the next 50 years. So it's kind of a big deal.
Okay, so would you like to continue to give general comments on the sections and then move to our next agenda items? Or would you like to continue this as a whole to another meeting and have them be all day or lengthier meetings? Or we could also break up the sections throughout
I think each section should be looked at individually, and we shouldn't vote on any one like large section. It should all be broke down, because we can either keep it the same or fix
if I
it or let
may
it go the way it is, but each one independently.
make a suggestion just for us to be cognizant of budgetary implications as a result of our, desire to dig through this, because it is all very important undoubtedly. So maybe what we can do for this evening is to identify topics that we want to have further discussion on. And it seems possible that we can have fun grappling with many of these topics without the Mentor Harness team online, and just give direction, from staff internally to kind of consolidate this without incurring, 20 more hours of Mentor Harness staff time to accomplish this. Just thought.
Understood.
I mean, I would like to go through the rest of the document. I don't have a lot of detailed comments, but I do have a few I'd like to get out there because we talked about them at the June meeting and then they didn't get incorporated.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously the pleasure of the commission. I think it does make sense to continue going through this, but rather than trying to resolve any particular code section, let's just identify those that we want to dig into further, and there'll be multiple opportunities in the future undoubtedly to do our best to refine any or all of this.
Well, I would say as a whole, we probably want to dig in further, but allow for some additional comments tonight and then move to our next two agenda items while we identify that we're going to revisit this as a whole with county staff.
Okay.
Are we comfortable with that?
And maybe we can save public comment to the end as opposed to each section.
At the future meetings or for this one?
Yeah.
What do you guys want to do for that?
I think that we could just generally, right, like we don't have to resolve any of these and delve into it, but going through each one and addressing where there's concerns, that we provide direction and allow there's not much public comments at this point. And so allow the public comments on each of these sections so that they also have an opportunity to speak to that and we can hear that and provide that direction.
Okay, we could also shorten it to a minute each if we want to for brevity to move through.
Or if that's your pleasure. Do, or whatever you want to do, yeah.
Okay, so we are going to move to chapter 17.5 landscaping. So
No, so I was just saying, my general comment on that section is at the June meeting, we talked about it also needs to not just implement the model water code, it also needs to implement the fire safety elements, you know, in terms of landscaping. It needs to have the 5-foot non-combustible zone, you know, refer to defensible space requirements. I mean, to me, landscaping around here, it's more critical to be consistent with fire prevention versus, you know, irrigating lawns.
Pardon me, for clarity, I don't think we've moved to landscaping yet. We need public comment for the fencing.
I did say I moved to landscaping, but we forgot public comment. So that's my bad.
Okay.
And before we move to public comment, if you don't mind, I'd just like to just point to staff that the general word tarps on fences, that implies, you know, a particular image, but there are privacy tarps that are used during construction times and such like that, that are meant for fencing, that have grommets, that come in handy in certain instances.
Specify blue tarps.
Not the blue and brown tarps, no. But the brown ones in front of my sauna to save my neighbors from seeing, you know, being exposed comes in handy.
Okay, we will open the public comment on fences and walls and limit to 1 minute per comment at this point in time, please. I see no comment in the room. Moving to Zoom.
Rhoda?
I agree with what I think most of the commissioners are saying in that, no, this is a really, really rural area, and we have a lot of issues to deal with that city people don't have to deal with, and we don't have a lot of issues to deal with that city people do have to deal with, and like, kind of just leave us alone on our fencing. Thanks.
Trinity Alps Canicraft?
Hello, Commission. Matt Jefferson, Trinity Center. I just want to reiterate what Rhoda said. I totally agree. I hope you can acknowledge it. Thank you.
I show no other raised hands.
Thank you. We will close public comments for fences and walls. Moving into chapter 17.5, coming back to the commission, landscaping. Please provide general comments or questions to the Mintner Harnish team.
Okay, well, I don't need to repeat myself, but I'm just going to say fire, fire landscaping, please.
I do think that some of it is in a executive ordinance of the governor, and so some of it is actually passed and in code, and so we do need to balance
Reference
that
that.
line, that we're doing what's required by the state and not going past that until it's
Right,
in
so
code.
I think,
state
you
code.
know, it says the purpose of it's to implement the state model water efficiency landscape ordinance. I think it also needs to be somewhere in here stating that it needs to be consistent with 4290, which is another state code, you know, public resource code.
4291.
Yeah, 4291. You know, and then anyway, I brought this up before, so I don't want to beat it to death, but I do think fire is just as important as water efficiency.
Thank you. All right. Commissioners, are there any other comments on this section or questions?
So, yeah, so for clarity from, right, the governor's, was it an executive order for, is that no
He
vegetation within 5 feet?
he directed CAL FIRE to develop state rule, yeah, puts that into code.
And that has just not been
Right.
drafted at this point.
It's just an executive order, but yeah,
Okay, yeah.
we need to
It was more than plants.
anticipate that.
I think it was even decking or something, wasn't it? Remember reading something about it that it was pretty interesting. Like no attached decking even within 5 feet of the,
Right. You can't have a,
yes, your
solid-
your deck
you-
has to be moved from your house.
you can't, well, it's a fence. You can't have a solid wood fence run right up to your house. It has to have a 5-foot gap.
So you'd have to have a section that's metal or
A
no-
gate or something along those lines, right?
Insurance won't allow you to have it either.
Okay.
It was even decking
Hmm.
that couldn't actually touch your house, had to be 5 feet away.
I know other municipalities also aren't allowing the Trex decking because it's plastic, and if it's one of your evacuation routes, for it to melt,
Melts and sticks to your feet,
yeah,
yeah.
they don't want you to run out of your home into melted plastic. Okay. No other comments on this section. We will open for public comment on landscaping. No comment in the room, on Zoom.
I show no rate. Oh, Adrian Keys.
Hey, thank you. That took all my effort to get that in quickly enough. Referring directly back to this Trex thing, the decks, the landscaping, all of that. This is a place where I think that the county needs to be able to develop proactive policies and procedures and possibly be working through some sort of grant agencies or God knows what to come up with programs that can help people through these instances, because these instances will come up and these instances will prevent development. They'll cause trouble, and it's something that our county really needs to do. And it needs to do it in this arena. It needs to do it in the arenas of water storage, road safety, all these things. Instead of spending so much time trying to figure out what we can't do, we need a division or a department or a contractor or something that can create answers to these questions and solutions to these problems. And that's my take on this particular item. Thank you.
Rhoda.
Rhoda Kane, Trinity Center. Yeah, I would love, in a perfect world, I would love to require people to zero-scape and climate adaptations in their yards and a million other things. But we all know what we need in our yards, and we don't need government overreach in how we organize our yards. So yeah, fire prevention only, please. Thanks.
I agree with that.
John Brower.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. Perhaps some of this that, like if it's currently under governor executive order that has a limited time frame, it's not really statute or regulation yet. So maybe on something like that, we could have language in county code that incorporates this like state statute by reference. So as state statute changes, it's incorporated into county code and can by whatever the current language is at this by the state at that time in statute could be referenced in county code. So as the state stuff evolves, Trinity County would just have a line in our zoning ordinance that would incorporate applicable state statutes by reference, and they could change with the ebb and flow in Sacramento without overburdening.
Oh, thank you. You have expended your time.
Thanks, but the minutia of this is just
Thank you, John.
not appropriate in our place.
Thank you.
I show no other raised hands.
Oh, there's a member of the public in the room who has asked to speak. You have 1 minute, sir.
Thank you much. I would just ask that we really decide what we want to deal with, because we all know staff's time is valuable. As previously stated, we don't have a lot of money. We don't have a lot of staff to do stuff. So do we really want to start dealing with people's landscaping? So maybe we just completely take this out of and not deal with landscaping whatsoever. And then, like we did with the blight ordinance draft, maybe we look at other municipalities and see what they're doing. Look at Siskiyou, look at Humboldt, look at Modoc, parts of Shasta, see what their county ordinances are, and perhaps steal or copy from them. Maybe we'd save a little bit of money in consultant fees too.
I think a lot of them require the state model water efficient landscape ordinance. That's the state code. So that's what we're trying to like put lower priority on.
Yeah, Chair, if I may, this is just another one of the long list of unfunded mandates that exists. MLO is state law, so.
Yeah, we're stuck with that one.
Thank you to the members of the public for your comments. We will continue into chapter 17.55, parking and loading space commission.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to go off on this one. So, page 29, I brought this up at the previous thing. So, if you'll notice in that table, multifamily dwellings have to have like one space for each bedroom unit. Hotels, motels, one space per room, blah, blah, blah. Single family dwellings, it's saying you have to have one covered space. So, I mean, why does a home have to have a covered space? I don't have a covered space at my house. And you know, you're trying to promote affordable housing, and here somebody gets a loan for like a manufactured home, and this is going to require them to put in a carport or something, and they don't get a loan for that. You make it less affordable for people to build stuff. I just don't understand why a single family home has to have a covered space.
We've had this discussion with Mentor Harnish. I think you can go ahead and direct them to strike that if that's what you're leaning towards.
Please.
Yes, please.
So I'm like, my cars are out under the snow all winter. I mean,
So we just want one space per unit, one additional space per guest house, correct?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then the other thing I brought up at the earlier meeting was, what about Airbnbs? So you have somebody who has an Airbnb, single family home. They're renting it out to like 8 people and there's one space or 2 spaces. And so they end up parking on the street everywhere. So where do you put Airbnbs in here? Do you require under hotels, motels, whatever, vacation rentals, that they have one space per unit or room or 2 people or something? I just think you need to fit Airbnbs in there somewhere.
And I mean, my suggestion is that the county look to business licensing and use permits for these types of vacation rental operations so that we have a capture mechanism and there's some ability to assess the fact that, you know, to your point, parking spaces and people are using dwellings that don't actually legally accommodate the amount of beds that they're listing. Their septic systems are not sized for that many people. I don't know how else we capture it other than through.
But they don't have to get a business license, right? They had to pay TOT potentially, but they don't have to get a business license, do they? For Airbnb, a vacation rental?
Agreed. That's my proposal, that is one of the ways we should address that is through business licensing and or use permits for vacation rentals.
But we may never have business licenses for them. I don't know. I'm not going to hold my breath. So in the meantime, I'm like, clogging my street so I can't get my fire engine down it because you got all these people partying.
And I don't know if Mentor Harnish has any insight for us in terms of what other jurisdictions are utilizing as best practices related to vacation rentals and standards.
Typically,
Big bumper on the
vacation
fire truck.
Yeah, in Junction City, there's vacation rentals. They're small homes, but they're on 3 acres with plenty of parking and such. And so it's situational. I totally hear what you're saying, but in other neighborhoods, it doesn't, it's not needed.
Here, the other concerns, which is that the occupancy is over what the septic is rated or
Right.
other issues.
That is true.
Sorry, Michael, you were going to chime in.
Yes, thank you. Typically, vacation rental, Airbnbs, those short-term transient occupancy stays are typically regulated in a standalone ordinance or set of provisions for vacation rentals. Some jurisdictions, I'd say few, specify alternative or additional parking regulations for Airbnbs. Many jurisdictions just default to the base zoning district for the use. Not that it can't be done. I think in some cases, some jurisdictions view it as a potential constraint to a potential home if it can't provide the parking. But that is up to really the jurisdiction's discretion, whether or not that would have to be made. A space would have to be at least proven to be provided for on vacation rentals.
Would
Okay,
we like
we're just,
to,
I'm just gonna, to save time, I'm just gonna throw that out as an issue that I'd like to see somehow or other some recommendations on how to fix it.
or would we like staff, similar to the blight ordinance, would we like staff to investigate the short-term rental ordinance option? Or no? No, okay.
I mean, you already have a rooming and boarding houses, so you could have a Airbnb section.
Well, that's
I
only
mean,
one parking.
there's no way to enforce it, but at least it would be there.
So that's one parking space per guest up to 20. So you have 20 people and you only have one parking space, or is that a typo?
No, I'm just saying that that's there, so there's no reason why you couldn't add an Airbnb or a short-term rentals box.
Right, I agree with that, but I'm just saying, this says you can have up to 20 people and you only have to have one parking space. Is that a typo?
No, I believe that it means one parking space per guest up to 20 guests, I believe. So I think that would,
And
20
over that, you
spaces.
add one space per 2 guests.
yeah. So it'd be up to, so you have to have one parking space per guest. And then once you get up to 20 parking spaces, you then add one space for every 2 additional guests beyond 20.
So if they're allowing 8 people, then they have to have 8 spaces.
That might be too strict.
Maybe we say,
Space per 2 guests.
so if they have 8 people,
had a
they would need
bunkhouse.
4 spaces.
So Nikki, would that work if you said rooming and boarding houses and vacation rentals, just say one space per 2 guests? That makes sense to me.
Yeah, we could do something like that for a land use. We would probably want to separate it from rooming and boarding houses just because that's kind of a different land use. Unless we wanted that to the one space per 2 guests apply across the board for rooming and boarding houses as well, then we can just add rooming, boarding houses and short-term vacation rentals. Or we could create another line item that is specific to vacation rentals.
Do we have a rooming or a boarding house in Trinity County?
That's exactly my question.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't think we have any rooming or boarding houses.
I think we
None of the-
used to.
None of the ranches. I guess there's no logging camps anymore, huh? I don't think so.
camping anyways.
These days, yeah.
Yeah, again, I don't want to belabor this, just I want to bring up the point that there needs to be some criteria for parking for Airbnbs. That's so that maybe we can move on, not get in the weeds.
I think we could ask to incorporate your suggestion, and it's going to go out for public comment, and so we can see what needs to be addressed
Okay.
in the future. Are you guys comfortable with that? Okay,
Let the public put input in it, yes.
thank you. Okay, do we have any additional questions, comments on parking and loading spaces? Not at this point in time. Okay, we will open it for public comment. Is there public comment in the room? Nope. Is there public comment on Zoom for parking and loading spaces?
Rhoda?
Thank you.
Rhoda Kane, Trinity Center. Yeah, like one space per guest is far too many parking spaces. That would be impossible to accommodate here in North Lake for sure. One per two guests is also likely impossible here in North Lake, but like maybe 4 people to one, like families are often 3 to 4 people. Like it seems maybe 4 is a good number. Thanks.
Adrian Keys?
Thank you. I would have to imagine that also another factor to take into consideration would be like the density of these activities, which are, I mean, I know I've brought this up before and kind of got laughed at, but is an unregulated activity in Trinity County. There is no ordinance that permits this use. So I'm very familiar with being in that world. I think that the density of them could have quite an impact on it. And I think that the density of these activities are considered throughout other regions' regulations. And so if there's 10 of these facilities near each other, it might end up being that more parking is regulated. If there's one and it's way out in the boonies and doesn't even have any neighbors, there might be a separate set of considerations for that. So this is a specific concept that I'm really surprised I haven't seen brought up more, just brought up more in general, because we need to develop regulations for this activity.
Thank you, Adrian. You've hit your minute. I appreciate it.
I show no other raised hands.
All right. Thank you for our public comment. Oh, apologize. John?
Hi. The parking and loading requirements, what's wrong with the current language in county code? I'm just kind of curious if we're comparing the proposed language with existing language. There might be some times when it just makes sense to stick with the existing language. That's all. It's what the local developers and builders and realtors and have been used to for a long time. It just seems like a lot of this additional language might not be necessary.
Thank you.
And maybe you could read the proposed language and compare it to existing language, and just so the commission really gets a thorough understanding of the changes proposed, and if it's something that you feel is necessary or not.
Thank you, John. You've reached your time.
Thanks.
All right. Commissioners, Chapter 17.6, signs.
So this is one where, the existing language in chapter, whatever it is, Title 15, I think is ridiculous, and I don't know that this helps a lot. Because it's things like, okay, what is a bill or a poster? You can't put that up on any fence, post, pole, or tree. So, handbills include flyers. So think about that you're telling people you can't put flyers up anywhere. You can't put posters up saying, oh, there's a pancake breakfast. All the pennants that I just drove down 299 and saw Trinity Wolves, those are temporary signs that would require a use permit. And I'm just like, I don't like the current language because a lot of this is in the current language. But this, talk about, I just thought, talk about overregulation. I mean, you're either gonna have to narrow this way down or be a lot more specific, because I'm sorry, I'm gonna put up my flyers on the fence posts and on the power poles. And so, I don't know. I don't want to get into a lot of details, but that's the main point, is this is just, what is the issue with signs?
I think there is a point if it's completely unregulated where it can become a nuisance. I mean, no, we're not Reading, we're not San Francisco, where you'll have a power pole that's completely plastered. We're not New York City, right? So we're not going to go there. But, you know, we don't want it to become a nuisance. So we do need to think about what we do want and how we want to allow for that, while also not allowing for complete open season on certain items. But this could also be pertinent to specific communities, such as Weaverville and downtown, rather than outlying communities as well. So it could be that we want general sign standards for a community, but not for the whole entire county. So that's also an item to consider.
Yeah, I think it's more pertinent in somewhere like Weaverville than it is for like our community where nobody puts out signs and really the store and the fire department, that's about it.
I mean,
So none of it's really gonna be applicable where we're at. But
Like you-
definitely would pertain to downtown Weaverville here big time with the historical part of it anyways.
it's like, okay, prohibited signs affixed to natural features like trees. I don't know, we have signs that people put on particular trees. There's things like the community signs where they have to be brown and white. And I'm like, well, the sign that points people to 911 and all that is blue and white. The fire station sign is blue and white. And so, just the details on this particular one, I just was like, this would take a lot of time to discuss.
Or strike it.
Well, like I said, the current ordinance, that the Title 15 has a lot of these things in there that you're not allowed to have, to paint, put up, or display, stuff on posts, poles, fences. I mean, that's in there right now.
How much of this is based off of state code and meeting state minimums versus what the county has added to the state?
That I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Mentor Hunter's team knows. What I was going to point out is that 1760,050 exempt signs, and then 60,060 prohibited signs are the attempt to, sort of modify what currently exists as the sign ordinance to kind of make it more balanced is the way that I read it. But again, for the sake of time, I'd say let's put a pin in it and we will revisit signs at a future moment.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of details. Like, you can't have bulletin boards in residential areas and stuff like that. I'm like, why not?
Public comment for signs. Public comment in the room.
Hello again, Ben Kellogg, Weaverville. I agree with everyone here in some point of fashion or another. However, yeah, we need to get down to the details, take out the crud that isn't needed. We should be able to put flyers up. We should be able to put, other stuff up. That's, common sense. However, there are stupid people out there that have done stupid things when it comes to putting signs up in Trinity County. Like my friends have said, germs and Jesus are everywhere, but they don't have to be on a Caltrans sign in downtown Weaverville. So let's get it right. Let's take our time and let's make it bulletproof. Thanks.
Comment on Zoom.
Rhoda?
Well, I definitely agree with what a little bit of Rhoda Kane, Trinity Center. Well, I definitely agree with a little bit of what the last guy said is there's some garbage that goes up. But the reality is, if we want to live in a free country and if we want to be free, then we got to let other people also be free. But I also agree with the commissioners. Flyers are how we communicate in Northlake, especially. Signs and posters are how rural communities communicate. It's never been a problem. And we're not a city. This seems like a city of Weaverville government issue, if at all. I just think that we're far too rural to need silly rules like these.
Thank you.
Adrian Keys?
And thanks again, Adrian Keys, Hey Fork. I realize I haven't been introducing myself properly. I apologize. I agree with that. I've been working in events for a long time in Trinity County, and the advertising medium that is by far the most successful is flyers. And those need to be able to be posted where necessary. People do have to be responsible for their trash. And if people don't clean up after themselves, then we may end up in a position where we need to regulate this further. But I think we should rely on people's ability to be good citizens and not allow community postings go to waste and be blown around causing garbage. And I don't think we need to worry so much about flyers and advertisements for yard sales and bake sales and other community events. I do think there are issues with signs that are illuminated to some extent. Like Hay Fork now has a number of internally illuminated signs. They require.
Thank you, Adrian. You have reached your time. Any additional? Okay, thank you.
Oh, they heard you.
Trinity Alps Canicraft?
Hey, Commission, Matt Jefferson, Trinity Center. While I do totally agree, that like garbage can be an issue, but like something that none of you guys are bringing up is like restricting what we can post as flyers is like attacking our freedom of speech. Like 100% attacking our freedom of speech. You may not agree with how I feel about the world, and I may not agree with how other people feel about the world, but we have the right to put up flyers, and that's like restricting freedom of speech if you're trying to restrict what we can and can't put up around the county. And I don't even have a word to describe that. I will just go with horrible.
John Brower?
Thanks. Yeah, the minutia of signs, if something's dangerous or misleading, like Carol mentioned, like a blue hospital sign or something has an actual like public safety impact. Maybe there should be some language about that. But otherwise, yeah, Trinity's a free speech sort of place. But back to the parking and loading section, I just saw something else that I may have missed it, but I don't think it got addressed, and it's the screening requirements for loading
John, the
areas.
public comment for that is closed.
So if you guys could revisit those screening requirements, the section 3 screening A and B, they're just crazy
you,
and
John.
will only stifle commercial, activity in Trinity County. If you could take
Thank
a
you.
look at that, it'd be great.
Thank you, John.
I see no other raised hands.
Thank you. 17.65 utilities. Comments from the commissioners. Comments and questions.
So there's a couple places where they list the types of public utilities, including but not limited to electricity, power generation facilities, transmission, water, telephone, and cable TV. In both those places, I really think you need to add internet service providers, because they're the ones who have been digging all the trenches along the side of the road, is the ISPs. So move into the 21st century here. So add internet service providers. And then this also talks about power generation facilities. So that's another place to clarify whether or not that has to have fences, because it says you have to have, either has to be in a building or a 6-foot fence. So I think you'd want to correct that.
Thank you, commissioners. No additional comments or questions? All right, we will open for public comment in the room. None at this time. Public comment on Zoom for utilities.
I show no raised hands.
Okay. Okay, chapter 17.70, solid waste and recycling. Commissioners.
It's just basically saying, if you've got a development, like a housing development, you have to have a place for solid waste, for trash and recycling. Okay.
Okay.
Good idea. Industrial, institutional, and multifamily dwellings.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mhm.
Okay. Any public comment in the room? Public comment on Zoom?
I show no raised hands.
All right. Oh, we have raised hands. Public comment from,
Rhoda?
So, my report only goes to 17.65, and you guys said you were on 17.7. I don't know how to find that.
6, right?
So yeah, that is inconsistent. 1770 is the title to these sections that we're looking at, which are 1766.
Okay,
So it's page 56 is the heading, and then 57 is the one page for this section.
thank you. I apologize for it being hard to keep up. Thanks, I appreciate your help.
No, good point.
John?
So this is for recycling and waste.
yes.
For certain
Uh,
types of land uses.
yeah, it just seems like some of the screening requirements might be difficult to to locate on odd size parcels. They require a footprint of their own that could, otherwise be used for parking or something. I guess for these more institutional uses, perhaps screening would be appropriate, but just really wary of anything that could limit businesses' ability to, operate business in Trinity County. So anyway, I would maybe take a little better look at that. Thanks.
I appreciate that comment. That just like brings up just like notions in my mind about dumpsters and multifamily units that I've lived in the past that had a dumpster that had a lock on it, but didn't need to be surrounded by fencing. If the state does not require that, or behind, let's say, the mountain market or something, if they have a dumpster back there, does the dumpster need to have fencing around it as well?
So the current ordinance requires the screening. That's not new.
Okay. Yes, that's definitely something that we can look at further.
Are there any additional comments? Public comment on Zoom?
I show no other raised hands.
Okay, thank you. Yes. At this point in time, we will take, you want 5 or 10?
Whatever.
5-minute break, and then we will continue into our next items of the regular calendar. Thank you. you. We are returning to our regular calendar. So first of all, I would like to thank Mintner Harnish for their time to prepare the materials that we just reviewed, and for taking all of our comments, and we look forward to seeing what they have in the future. And I apologize we didn't address and appreciate them while they were on with us. So thank you for all their hard work, and we look forward to continuing our relationship with them as they bring our county into the 21st century, keeping us moving forward. Okay. So we are proposing that we will continue item D, community development planning, the blight ordinance discussion into our next regularly scheduled meeting. That is due to time and respect for our staff members tonight, and that item D is not time sensitive, and item C is time sensitive, which is the discussion of topics of the upcoming community plan meetings, because that is going before the Board of Supervisors at their next meeting. Therefore, proposing, I will make a motion that we continue the blight ordinance to our next regularly scheduled commissioner meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I want to thank our community member who came out to listen for that item tonight and stood with us through the others. And I apologize that we will not be able to address it tonight, but we look forward to having it in the future. Thank you. All right. So we are going to continue our evening tonight with community development planning, discussion of topics for upcoming community planning meetings. And I will turn that over for presentation to staff.
Right. Good evening again, Chair, Commissioners, Drew Plavani, Cannabis Division Director, Interim Planning Director. So quick background on June 10th and 11th, during the joint study sessions of the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission to review the general plan update, the board directed staff to hold a subsequent round of community workshops to inform the development of the community plan-based overlay zone concept. And so the purpose of this agenda item, from my perspective, is to, and I'll tie it together to some of the comments we heard on the last item, which is that I think what we're trying to accomplish here is how to create solutions and not create more problems. And broadly, I think the intent of the upcoming community plan workshops and the potential of community plan-based overlay zones is how can we facilitate economic development countywide, and how can we enable comment and feedback from the various communities with community plans to guide forward the potential for greater economic development in these various communities. And so in the staff report, I highlighted that it's important to note that none of this is the final opportunity to discuss these topics as they are, as they relate to updates to zoning code. And so I've prepared sort of a list of general economic development topics and cannabis land use topics. And so for time's sake, essentially, I can go through right now, I'll read the kind of list of topics. And then I think as we get past clarifying questions and then public comment, the direction that I'm looking for from the Planning Commission is a recommendation or a set of recommendations for the Board of Supervisors to help inform which questions/topics we should address at these upcoming community plan meetings. And so if, to give an example, generally, if the consensus of the Planning Commission is that they want any of these topics to be discussed, I think it could just be, yes, we'd like to see that topic discussed. As it relates to cannabis ordinance update topics, if there are elements that so for cannabis ordinance update topics specifically, my intent was somewhat twofold. As we move forward into continuing to draft zoning code, and specifically as we continue to start to get into needing to update the cannabis ordinances to incorporate them into the zoning code, I just want to get guidance from Planning Commission and from the board as to what topics we should address, so that I can, in the not too distant future, bring updated cannabis ordinances before the commission and the board, so that we don't delay the start of the EIR, and we don't delay the finishing general plan update, zoning code, EIR adoption, past the end of 2026. So I'll go through and I'll read off the list of general economic development topics. Housing development, so what types of residential dwelling units do we want to see in these areas where, let's say, unclassified is being redesignated? Well, yeah, unclassified is likely going to go to rural residential, and in some cases, village may be going to mixed use or commercial. So as it relates to like village as a specific example, if we go from village to mixed use, what dwelling unit density is appropriate for Trinity County? If you look at the draft land use element, right now, mixed use allows for a density of 12 to 24 dwelling units per acre, which I think, at least in my opinion, that's probably a bit overly dense for what we would consider to be functional, achievable enhancements to, say, various areas in the county, given the height limitations and things like that. We're not Reading or a major metropolitan area where we're talking about many stories above commercial, like the new development in downtown Reading, where there's, I don't know, 10 stories or more above commercial units. So that's kind of a more, let's say, traditional mixed-use development within the state currently. So that's kind of what that prompt is. Do we want to just have kind of a discussion from those communities to say, yeah, actually, we think that, and so one of the things we've talked about with Mentor Harnish is that as it relates to zoning districts, it might be appropriate to create a mixed use low density that would allow for, say, 1 to 4 dwelling units per acre, versus a mixed use high density, which really Trinity at this point and for the foreseeable future probably doesn't accommodate from a fire apparatus perspective, of 12 to 24 dwelling units per acre. And so just kind of want to be able to poll the communities about that. And so that's kind of a combination of the first 2 bullet points there.
Do you mind if I, just for some clarity? Okay. Yeah, sorry, thank you.
So, then the discussion of small scale agriculture, on-site sales of agricultural products. So specifically, an example that I gave was farm stands. In what zones do we want to allow farm stands? Are there zones that we don't want to allow farm stands? Agritourism and recreation, glamping, camping. The example was hip camp. So again, as it relates to economic development, how can we, through zoning code with the potential of community plan-based overlay zones, how can we facilitate, how can we facilitate agritourism, recreation, glamping, camping objectives for the purposes of economic development within our communities? Then getting on to cannabis land use permits, I kind of gave a little bit of background on the use of the term license versus a land use approval. And, I think it's clear now that although we started our cannabis licensing before the state actually rolled out cannabis licensing.
So, hey, point of order, are we talking about cannabis ordinance or are we talking about community plans?
We're currently in item C, and this is part of the discussion for community plans. And so this is one of the items to discuss relative to community plans. and it's how we look at them in each of the communities.
Yep.
Please continue.
So to respond to your point of order, Matt, essentially, one of the objectives of these community workshops and the potential of a community plan-based overlay zone concept being implemented is that in certain communities, they might want to have lesser restrictions, let's say, than in other communities. So that's why I'm trying to tie together cannabis ordinance updates and kind of the scope of what the Planning Commission wishes to recommend, just generally speaking, so that we can have substantive and meaningful discussions at these upcoming community workshops. So, again, the list of topics here is, should there be a dwelling requirement on certain zoning districts in conjunction with a cannabis license or a cannabis use permit? Does the Planning Commission or the board wish to see additional requirements for setbacks, requirements related to parcel size versus canopy size, in which zoning districts, and again, kind of related to parcel size and canopy size, how do we want to proceed with the concept of stacking, which we've talked about for a handful of years now, cannabis license types and zoning district-based allowances. And so this kind of gets into, do we want to allow for micro business, and specifically the distribution component of micro business in RR, which is currently not allowed. And then lastly is the potential of on-farm cannabis retail. And again, are there specific zoning districts in which that should be allowed? And so that's kind of the general run through there, and I'm happy to take any technical or clarifying questions.
Let's see, what was that? I need to process.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So your question is going to be to us, yes or no, should we talk about housing development? Yes or no, should we talk about mixed land use? Is that basically all you want to know, or
Yeah, are these topics that you think are important for us to bring to these upcoming community workshops?
And is it by community or is it at large across all of them? So does each community meeting going to have all the same topics, or is it certain communities feel that certain topics are more important and that they need to talk about those? And if the topic comes up, but we did not present it, are staff still going to be able to talk to that at that meeting or no?
because some of these don't fit the community plan itself?
Right, and so it's a great question. There might be a slight variation based on the feedback we've already gotten and the draft community plans as they've been developed, to give sort of context to these various topics. But I think that, as part of guidance to the Mentor Harness team in their facilitation of these upcoming community workshops, we can certainly, you can certainly make the recommendation that there should be some sort of open, portion where specific communities have the opportunity to bring up other things that we didn't identify that they think are important, that could, that the community plan-based overlay zones could potentially implement by, creating additional standards and or reducing standards that might be applied more broadly county-wide. We may also find, as a result of these community workshops, that there's quite a lot of consensus across all the communities, you know, generally speaking, on a lot of these topics. Certainly, there will be some differences between certain communities on some of these topics. But I think ideally what we're shooting for is just to have another round of community engagement to help us inform what is the appropriate path forward with zoning code and how we tie that together with, you know, facilitating economic development going forward.
And these were some of the topics that we identified during the last study session, or these are additional topics that have come in since the last study session?
So we didn't specifically identify topics during the last study session. So this is a list of topics that's been developed between basically staff and the consultant team as potential prompts for you all to say, you know, so if we're talking about cannabis ordinance topics, do you want to see additional requirements, or do we want to just proceed with the existing regulations? And part of that is really ideally to give me some guidance as I start working through cannabis ordinance updates. A lot of this is trying to leverage these community workshops to inform, you know, consultant and county staff on how to best facilitate economic development. So feel free to disregard any of these topics, you know,
So
make a recommendation however you see fit as far as what you think is appropriate to discuss or potentially discuss at these upcoming community workshops.
is there public involvement in this, in the workshop? As
They
far as, I
are.
mean, each community is going to have input into what you guys are talking about, right?
Right, these are public community workshops.
So it'll go in the direction that the community wants to go. So we could say yes to everything you presented, and then the community workshop goes the way it wants to go in each community, I would imagine, right?
We need.
Or do you regulate what the
We're not.
community can input?
We're not going to regulate it per se, but we
Just
are
guide it, kinda?
looking to give some parameters to the development of the workshop materials so that, and that's the time-sensitive nature of this, is that since those meetings have been scheduled for mid-September, we need a couple weeks of lead time to enable the Mentor Harness team to build out the workshop materials, and then a bit of lead time to get the workshop materials out to the communities in advance of the meetings.
I see no issue in having everything you brought up
But,
brought to the
but
meeting.
what you're going to be, because what I'm seeing is that some of these are relevant to some community meetings and some are irrelevant. So you're saying you're going to send out materials. So you're going to send out materials to some areas where it's not relevant at all, and then the same material goes to some place that it is. I'm just kind of trying to
I think
figure
it'd be
out.
hard, I think it'd be hard to actually pick each community and try and get the exact material. If you just send all the material to everybody and then they can disregard, you know, the community direction that the meeting can go, it can go the direction it wants to go, I think, from the public.
Seems like some of this has already been, like dwelling requirements, setbacks. That's already been hashed out over years and years of discussions. I don't see that needs to come back into our neighborhoods and rehash up skeletons that have been deliberated for
Well,
years.
hold on, we're still asking clarifying questions at this point.
Okay.
So these are new topics and do not encompass the topics that we identified at the last study session. Will those topics be included at those community meetings, or we need to identify those tonight?
To the best of my recollection, we did not identify a very robust list, if at all, specific topics for the community plan workshops. If I remember correctly, at the two-day study session, the main impetus for these community workshops was the potential of a community plan-based overlay zone concept. And as I remember it, it really had a lot to do with Post Mountain not converting from unclassified to agriculture and to facilitate a path forward for cultivation licenses there. That, I think, was the primary basis of why the board directed us to have these. I certainly have expanded upon that because I think that it's an opportunity for us to engage in discussions about how to facilitate economic development more broadly. And so the scope certainly has been expanded. But again, you know, if we want to just go through the list, say yay or nay, based on consensus, if that's, you know, the way that the commission would like to approach it. Or, yeah, you feel free to give me direction.
Okay, do we have additional clarifying questions? Nope, okay. With that, we'll go ahead and open for public comment. Is there public comment in the room? We'll do the standard 3 minutes for this item, please. Thank you.
Hello again, Ben Kellogg, Weaverville. Just some notes I took down as you guys were talking. So we need more for affordable housing in Trinity County, whether it's single family, multifamily. We need to fill the jobs without having to drive, people having to drive from Reading. There are way too many unfilled jobs up here, and that is just unacceptable. Economic development, treating cannabis like everyone else in ag. The county's been slippery sloping at the very least to discrimination at the most, the way they're treating cannabis over the years. And honestly, I'm surprised that the county hasn't gotten sued. I really have from the other side. You guys got sued from one side. I'm shocked that the county hasn't gotten sued for this. Let's see. So cannabis ag and non-cannabis ag should have the same rules, the same ordinances, the same definitions, and treated fairly, straight down the middle. If you're looking at a cow farm or a pig farm, then it should be the same rules as if you're complaining about the smell of cannabis. It's simple as that. Everyone tonight spoke about less government intervention and overreach. Well, would you also treat alcohol as you would cannabis? You know, the Planning Commission next meeting says, hey, we're going to start regulating alcohol like cannabis. What would the public outcry be up here? It would be ridiculous, and you all would be backpedaling. It's time to embrace cannabis as a multi-pronged economic development approach. Realistically, in my opinion, every waking moment of staff, planning, and the Board of Supervisors should be, how do we build more housing for Trinity County, identifying land and developers to build it out, whether it's in the county, we're bringing people from the Bay Area, or Reading, or whoever. Get on the phones, start looking at developers and how we can bring and build housing up here. Trinity County prides itself on working together, acting like one big family. So the county realistically should stop trying to tear us apart by continuing this ridiculous cannabis thing we've been doing for decades. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there public comment on Zoom?
Trinity Alps Canacroft.
Hello, Commission. Matt Jefferson, Trinity Center. I'm the owner of Trinity Alps Canacraft. I'm a multi-award winning certified organic regenerative farmer. I very much embrace and support my community. You know, it's like, how do I even put this? It's just like, it's like the elephant in the room is never called out as the elephant in the room. And like what this item is, like there is absolutely no reason that there should be anything to do with cannabis land use permits in our community plans. We're going to deal with that in the ordinance updates. All this is doing is this is making more restrictions on the cannabis industry. that it's like nothing more than that. If you, I hope everyone can see that, because it's just like another set of regulations. This is another set of rules. This is another goalpost that I have to run through. All that, like, it is not like this. How do I don't even know like how to even put this, because it's just like so crazy what this county is doing to the cannabis cultivators. Like, this is an agenda of prejudice coming from the staff. Like Drew just said, no, no one in the planning commission gave me bullet points, but I'm going to go ahead and add in these ones. These are the ones that me and Trent came up with. We're going to make you get CUPs if you're in RR. Like, all this just like piles of restriction and overregulation. And it's just like this is a personal attack. And if you can't see that it's a personal attack, then know that 3 days after I spoke up at the last planning commission meeting, Trent and Drew, the planning department, gave the county surveyor direction that my property on Rancheria Creek is not real property, and that they're going to let the neighbors absorb my property and take my property from me. I have title insurance on this property. I bought it through a realtor. That's what's going on right now. These people are coming at us so hard. I have never had a violation on my facility. I've never had a complaint. Every one of my neighbors supports me. But yet we're walking into community plans now where you're just adding in a pile of new restrictions, just a multitude of ways that you can then again shut me down and shutter this industry. And with so few of us left that are trying so hard to, we're just trying to be homesteaders and live a life. You know, and it's like, we want to support our communities. And then you come up with these community plans and just say, hey, we're going to over restrict you even more. We're going to over regulate you even more. And what you're doing is you're killing us and you're killing the economy in the county. And I hope you can start to have some kind of eyes
you,
that we are
Matthew.
tax-paying
Thank you.
businesses and we deserve the right to be able
Thank
to
you,
operate our
Matthew.
businesses in here free of prejudice.
Matthew, I appreciate your comment, and we will move to a next comment on Zoom.
Rhoda?
Rhoda Kane again, Trinity Center again. Yeah, I obviously I agree with everything Matt just said, but cannabis is agriculture per the state of California, as well as Trinity County. If agriculture needs a CUP in RR zoning, does that mean you need a CUP to have chickens or a small market garden that you sell at the farmer's market? Nobody wants that. How do we square that with a CUP or a DUP for certain agricultural uses? I appreciate and agree with the speaker that was there in the room, and I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, but I definitely appreciate and agree with everything he said. So on page 112 of the agenda packet regarding cannabis, which seems to be in the Trinity County Community Plan, which boggles my mind as to why it's there. But so why are we considering having different regulations in each community plan? This seems wildly inappropriate and discriminatory. And this is a county ordinance issue, not a general plan issue. It's a staff recommendation is that existing licenses do not currently have standalone use permits. What does that mean? The county license is only a land use right, is it not?
It is not.
It's a well, I don't know what it is then. The county is allowed to deal with land use and the state deals with licensing. So for new cannabis land use projects, grandfathered properties and opt-outs, even if they're not currently in use, already have a land use. Do they not? And I expect Drew to say, no, of course they don't. But by state law, they do. And so Trinity County allows for roadside stands in the whole county. This is allowed. It's one of the really cool things about Trinity County that we all love. I'd like to keep it that way. And I'm not really sure how this relates to cannabis at all, as Director Poblani brought up, but we're not allowed to offer cannabis at roadside stands. And I don't think anybody's asking for that. It seems really silly to be deciding this at a community plan level. It's isn't it better to just do it right than do it fast? That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comment on Zoom?
Adrian Keys.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks once again, Adrian Keys down in Hayfork. I think there's some really pragmatic issues to deal with here. I think one is that we need a direct and clear and concise and more or less one word answer as to whether a community plan and a overlay zone based on that community plan can provide an easier pathway for various types of cannabis regulation or licensing or any other type, or can it only be used to limit access to activities? My impression is that as you go down the hierarchical chain of like federal government, state government, county, local jurisdiction, right down into CSDs and homeowners associations and whatnot, that you can only tighten regulatory noose. You can't open it. So I would prefer to see all of these amendments dealt with in the zoning ordinance. I don't think that a community plan is the appropriate place to address these. And I think that the community plan, which it has been said, will be used to for the basis of exclusion zones, opt-outs. I don't think this is an appropriate place to address any of these concepts. I think there are zoning code issues, and I don't know where else to go with that. It's like, what would the land use findings even be that would like differentiate one geographical location in Trinity County from another for a land use activity? And would that also then prohibit all other similar uses? Like if the environmental findings are 10,000 square feet of cannabis, use too much water, we can't provide for that in this area. Will then all other activities also be curtailed? And would we consider at that point the idea of rain catch and off-stream storage and all the other opportunities that do exist? And I find it a little bit infuriating on occasion that the cannabis regulations continue to just not be based in land use, I think is a good way of putting it from where I'm sitting right now. And it begins to feel a little bit like redlining. That every district, so if I were to be born or if I were to be inheriting property in Hayfork, I would have different rights than a person who inherited that property in Trinity Center. And I just don't think that's right.
Thank you, Adrian.
John Brower.
I for one think it might be appropriate to discuss specialty ag and cannabis in community plans, especially if the county general plan and zoning plan are overly restrictive and make it infeasible for certain communities to continue their lifestyle and their commercial pursuits. If the existing cannabis ordinance has worked pretty good for a long time. If the county wasted over a year heading down the path of not allowing cannabis in RR, all the while proposing to transition over 10,000 parcels countywide from unclassified to RR. So I think if we were actually going about this proper, we'd have the same cannabis ordinance with very minor tweaks, administrative tweaks mostly, but the land use stuff remained the same. That's got worked out here a long time ago. very controversial, but the county's made it work for years. So I was for discussing cannabis and community plans. The Junction City community spoke loud and clear that they wanted to retain their ability for commercial cannabis in RR. In the community plan meetings, neither ag or cannabis is mentioned anywhere in the Junction City community plan draft. That needs to be addressed. I don't know how it fell out of the draft. I don't know how it didn't make it in, but it is sorely missed and highly suspect of this whole process. So one way or another, this county is going to have to allow commercial cannabis now and in the future. And whatever method it be, through general plan, uh, zoning, or community plan, or and cannabis ordinance, I mean, it needs to work. So this thing got missteered about a year ago and got weaponized against the very people that are paying for it. So if the community plans are the vehicle to address that and try to right the ship, then we need to do that, and we need to honor people's wishes within the communities, right? I mean, give the people what they want. And the best thing to do would be to do it countywide, obviously. And you know,
Thank you, John. Do we
Thank
have
you.
any additional public comment?
I see no other raised hands.
Okay. First of all, thank you to all of our members of the public who have stuck with us tonight and continue to comment. Your comments are valuable and we appreciate you continuing to participate. So thank you. All right, with that, I will bring it back to the board, or sorry, to the commission. And questions or discussion may commence.
If I may, Chair.
Yes.
Hey, could you provide me some examples of village land use designation in Trinity County?
Examples in what sense?
Well, I mean, is Trinity Village, is that designated village, or are there communities so I can wrap my mind around areas that are designated as village?
Yeah, we brought this up at the workshop. So Trinity Village is not a village land use. It's just that's the name.
Okay.
But there is a village kind of not overlay, but what's above zoning, a
General
land
plan designation.
thank you, general plan designation. And I actually like keeping that, and I said that. And so it just seems the mixed use low density might be the same thing, but that might be something to discuss in a general plan. So that one I thought was okay.
I think the village actually gives you more options. Like our store out in Kettenpalm is on village. That's what it's zoned. And it allows for light commercial, and I mean, it's the equivalent to like a rural commercial almost. So you can live, rural, but you have residential and commercial, and it's kind of a mixed use.
So, yeah,
But
so
I
I
think with
guess,
more leeway. But they seem to be taking it away. I mean, villages just is not on the list.
right, they
Right?
were
Yeah.
proposing to delete it, yeah.
Right.
Right. So, to your question, Commissioner McIntosh, village, as far as I'm aware, it hasn't been utilized in any like consolidated village type locations. There's a smattering of village general plan designations across the county. There are a number of parcels in Trinity Center, North Lake area that are currently general plan designation village. There's a smattering in the downriver corridor. There's some in Hyam Palm. And so the closest sort of comparative general plan designation that is used, again, as you know, as I understand it, in California would be mixed use. And so when prior staff went through to identify what village should convert to, many of the pre-existing, so they evaluated it based on what the existing land uses were on the parcels that currently had a village general plan designation. For the parcels that had residential land uses only, they proposed to convert them to RR. For the ones that had commercial, they proposed to convert to commercial. And for the ones that had nothing, I believe the majority of them were proposed to be converted to commercial. So more recently, the discussion that we've had with Mentor Harnish team is that mixed use is probably more appropriate, and a mixed use low density zoning district that would implement the mixed use general plan land use designation is probably the most functional and facilitates both an increase to the housing stock as well as to support economic development by allowing for both commercial and residential activities on a parcel.
So this is where I'm kind of saying, you know, it might be relevant for the Trinity Center community plan, but, you know, having Minter Harnish send out the materials and all that to some like Weaverville or something like that, I'm just confused as to why that would make sense.
So that's not specific to village, but specific to mixed use, where again, as we look at, you know, Main Street, Weaverville, it might be more appropriate to redesignate parcels that are currently, you know, let's say commercial to a mixed use low density, and that would enable both commercial uses or residential uses, or like some of the spots downriver that are currently zoned, that might actually currently be zoned commercial, which primarily have residential land uses, rather than stripping them of the ability to engage in commercial uses in the future by redesignating them mixed use. We're enabling, I think, a more healthy balance of both commercial and residential uses to be engaged in the future.
But what I'm worried about is you're going to confuse the community. You're going to have a community meeting and you're going to be trying to explain the general land use designation is village and you're going to change it to mixed use low density. I mean, can't you guys just decide that without community input? I mean, that makes the most sense.
And feel free to make that your recommendation, and we don't have to discuss that, and you know, the consultant team and staff can make choices that are appropriate there, and then it will come back to Planning Commission and to the board to, you know, give approval to the changes to the existing general plan land use designation map as it's currently constructed in its draft form. So yes, we don't have to have, you know, any of these topics. If, I don't know if you had more specific questions, but at some point I'd like to clarify some things that I think are misunderstood based on public comment. So at whatever point you feel that's appropriate, I would like to do so.
In just a moment, I have one thing I want to address real quick and then we can get there. So my understanding that the original intent from our study sessions for these public meetings was to, one, get the community plans after the revisions that we made back out to the communities for them to provide feedback on the decisions that the board and the commission made together and make sure that those still meeting the intent of our community. So that was number one, is to get more eyes, more attention drawn back to these community plans. Say, hey, decisions were made. Does this reflect what you want for your community? And so I think that needs to be number one, is to feature some of the changes that were made in those meetings so that the community can key in and say yes, 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 or no. Like that was not our intent, and we would like to see that amended, corrected before it's approved. So I think for me, that is what the heart of the meeting should be, and that will drive the conversation. And so it kind of, it needs to be community specific about what changes were made. And I think some of these topics will come up naturally as we go through. And to what John was saying very clearly, that yes, comments for Junction City were very clear that they needed to see more reference to cannabis within their community plan, and it wasn't there. You know, you look it up and it's very clearly in the Post Mountain community plan, but it's not in others. So I think that is a valid comment that was made and needs to be reflected. So that's just my quick little thought on the community meetings.
Yeah, agreed, because there were comments that were sent in, that weren't incorporated. So that was one of the issues was, where did those comments go and stuff? So agreed. I mean, I think the community needs to see that what they said actually ended up in the document.
Yeah, community meeting about a community plan should be led and pushed by the community. Right? I mean, they're gonna talk about what they wanna talk about, and each community is gonna be different. So,
And isn't, I mean, it's been a long night, so maybe my mind is drifted, but wasn't this, the mixed use in each community, wasn't there a factor about rezoning unclassified? Or wasn't yeah, rezoning the unclassified to rural residential and the underlying zone land use for that? Wasn't that what this portion was about?
Yeah, I mean, for Trinity Center, there's a whole bunch of little teeny tiny residential lots that are unclassified, and it doesn't make any sense for small lots that have little houses on them to be rural residential. So, I mean, I'm guessing that comes up when we do the zoning. But it'd be nice for the community to be able to say, hey, this right off the bat doesn't make sense.
And that's the number one zone in the county?
Mhm.
Isn't it unclassified?
Unclassified. Wow.
Right? Or close to
Let's
it. I mean,
get
a
the
lot. And
percent.
so, I mean, there's small lots and then there are real massive lots and such. And so leaving it up to the communities, the community plans to establish what they want their unclassified to be seems appropriate.
So, identifying one of the topics as mixed use, land use designation, we would like to have that topic presented. So there's many different ways of this, right? Some of us have been to different community meetings and how they're run, and each agency has a different flavor for how they run their meetings. And so, what we've seen with some of Mintner Hardnish is that they produce a poster or some form of presentation that gives some information about a topic, and then they ask for feedback. And so for me, like, I would like to show the communities what was changed. So based on like the community meetings, or, flag what we had discussion topics on that we communicated, board members or commissioners communicated like, okay, we want to see this one go back to the community, or like, let's make this decision, but we'd like to make it go back to the community. And so that was recorded in that study session. And so you could go back and pick out like, okay, this needs to go back for that community. This needs to go back for that community. How do you guys feel about that type of request? Is that some, or just give the community plan back to the communities and say, hey, does this jive with what you want? What approach do you want to see as to how we're going to say like what they're going to address at these meetings?
It seems very open-ended. And while I see, the approach, but in terms of just like efficiency and time, having more direction, then that would probably be prudent.
So I'm looking at, what we're supposed to be, yes or guessing or knowing on. And so I'm just thinking the land use designation and all that, it would be good to get feedback from the community on like the unclassified rezoning before they launch into it. But otherwise, things like, does mixed use low density make sense to you? I think you're just going to confuse people. But then when you get to the other list of things, small scale ag, farm stands, agritourism, I mean, those are zoning things, right? So right now you can have farm stands in RR with a use permit. You can have, campgrounds and all that kind of stuff in ag and RR with a use permit. So are you going to be asking the community, in your particular community, do you want to not have use permits for camping? I mean, are you going to get that detailed? That's what I'm trying to figure out, whether or not it's worthwhile having them spend a lot of time
Yeah.
asking for feedback.
Let me try to give some clarity to what we're trying to accomplish. And then I'll get into your specific questions, Commissioner Fall, if that's okay. So in a lot of the public comment, we heard concern that this was a tool to make things more restrictive. That is very much the opposite of how I understand what we're trying to accomplish. With the Post Mountain example, it was really an intent to figure out how to perhaps reduce the requirements. So to your question, Commissioner Fall, yeah, that would be a potential topic of, instead of currently having to get a planning commission approved use permit to have a farm stand, we want it to be a director's use permit, or we want it to be allowed by right. And so the intent of these overlay zones are a zoning tool that, yes, could be more restrictive or could be less restrictive. And so I think generally what we're trying to do here is figure out how to, again, encourage economic development, where some of these things like camping, they require a use permit, which is a costly and arduous, time-consuming process. So hopefully we're going to get feedback from the communities that they would say, oh, actually, we want to be able to engage in these uses to some extent with a more streamlined, less involved permitting process. So that is what we're hoping to do. Also, I mean, there were a number of comments about how agricultural activities don't require use permits on ag zone parcels, and that is very much incorrect. Same with RR. Yes, you can have chickens in RR up to a certain number of chickens. You can have horses in RR up to a certain number of horses per square feet. And if you exceed those thresholds, then a use permit is required. So using the ag zoning district as an example, yes, you can have pigs, but if you want to have a commercial hog farm, that requires a use permit. Yes, you can have turkeys. If you want to have a commercial turkey or poultry farm, that requires a use permit. So the intent of these community plan meetings is to get feedback from these communities about the specific land uses that they wish to engage in and how to facilitate that objective through the tool of an overlay zone. So I have a copy of a draft sort of, concept of some of the things that we might talk about. And the one that I have in front of me is Junction City. So just to kind of clarify what we've developed to this point, which needs refinement, essentially there's a section to review the community vision statement and provide feedback on the existing vision statement and make refinements as were brought up during the study sessions, that certain things seemingly were left out of certain community vision statements, and to give the communities another chance to refine those. Another thing here from JC is, throughout the Junction City community plan planning process, it was expressed by community members to allow more flexible standards as they may apply to agriculture, specifically cannabis. Some concepts that could be applicable and implemented based on feedback within a Junction City community plan overlay zone could include allowance for on-site sales of agricultural products. I won't read all of the specific details there. Agricultural-based tourism and recreation. This could be achieved by allowing recreation and tourism-based uses on properties that allow agriculture. Varying levels of permit requirements could be required based on zoning district and parcel size. For example, agricultural zone parcels may allow these types of uses with a director's level permit, while RR zone parcels may require a conditional use permit. Since RR parcels traditionally have more residential uses in close proximity to one another. So this is very much an opportunity for communities to weigh in and give guidance to how their desired land uses could be accomplished with less regulatory burden. So
But-
hopefully that clarifies some of the fear and confusion that was expressed in public comment.
But the question I have is, so that, you know, that's pretty much, those lists pretty much are focused on agriculture. So, and a lot of it is, you know, promoting cannabis, which is perfect, you know, matches Junction City. But then you're looking at Trinity Center. And so what they want to promote would be things like, you know, trails, you know, marinas. And so I don't see that, you know, you're capturing those kind of things. You know, it's kind of not, you're trying to accommodate certain, like Post Mountain, Junction City, all those, which is great. I mean, they make sense to have an overlay that's less restrictive, but it doesn't let you get input from a community on how to lessen other regulations that would promote what that particular community wants.
So how about if we come up with a prompt for these meetings that's something to the effect of, what land uses would your community like to promote, or, what land uses would your community like to pursue or promote? And we can have that be a prompt that is brought to every single community. And I think that captures kind of what I'm hearing, you know, from the commission, and maybe we just need to frame this more broadly. Again, none of those topics were hard topics of discussion. It was just, you know, a list of potential discussion items. So it sounds like what we want to probably do is figure out how to phrase some of these prompts more broadly to get to elicit the feedback that we're hoping for.
I think that's fair because, again, the communities need to drive the discussion and where they want to go. I don't think, I agree, some of these are applicable to some communities, but not to all.
Well, particularly the opt-out areas, you know, and I'm not sure how this is going to work, you know, where you have an overlay area that is synonymous with the opt-out area for something like Trinity Center. Lewiston, the opt-out area is not synonymous with the community plan boundaries, you know, and so where does that fit in as an overlay zone? You know, I'm just trying to work out how that's going to be implemented.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree that, you know, some of these topics don't apply to all communities. For instance, Weaverville probably isn't looking to promote, you know, glamping or camping. Um, You know, so again, I mean, I think this is all actually really valuable discussion. And, you know, so for now, I think we've got a good prompt of what land uses, you know, would your community like to pursue or promote? And then, you know, feedback on the existing vision statement. And maybe we can come up with one more generic prompt and call it a, you know, successful discussion for tonight. And that's what I'll bring to the board. And we don't have to, you know, have any of these specific topics identified. And we can keep it, you know, sort of just more generic and try and pull this community feedback together and inform the community plans, and then consider whether or not the concept of community plan-based overlay zones needs to be, you know, further pursued.
I think that sounds good. I will have one caveat that, or add and get commission feedback, is that I think the mixed land use designation and a discussion of what that opportunity is and where communities would like to see that would be a good prompt to add. So in addition to the other styles of land use and what you want to generally see in your community, also asking where the mixed use designation would be appropriate, since, all of our main thoroughfares and our small communities and our limited land resources, I think it's important to have that conversation to allow the communities to identify, yes, it sounds good, we'd like to see it in these areas, or no, like we want to see it designated out separately. But give them the opportunity to comment on that.
It makes sense. And I'm also wondering if, does it make sense to ask the community what they would like to see the unclassified parcels in their community rezoned as?
So my thought, related to what I'm hearing from you all is that it might be helpful to present the existing general plan land use map that is available for everyone to view on the 2050 website. There's the interactive map there. You can see what parcels are being proposed to be redesignated, but we could present all of the proposed designations that are currently in place in that map to the communities and see if anyone has anything specific to say about it. I think the other piece that might be nice to address related to unclassified is, does your community want to see housing development? If so, are there prime areas that, these community members are aware of that this would be a beneficial, land use, and potentially identify some of those parcels and or, have some discussion about what the appropriate density for some of these types of developments is, right? Because I think, back to the mixed use concept, I think what we probably would all agree is not appropriate for Trinity is 24 dwelling units per acre. Even if that's, apartment complexes, that probably doesn't fit with the development that existing community members wish to see. So what does that look like? What do the various communities see as what would be helpful for housing development? And then I'll just tie this in because housing development is something that I've been trying to work on related to the fact that we just got the housing element adopted. There's a pro-housing designation from housing community development at the state, and that unlocks a lot of grant funding opportunities. And so that is an item that I've been working with the Mentor Harness team on, taking to the board for the first September meeting for them to consider whether they want to direct staff and Mentor Harness to pursue that pro-housing designation from HCD. And so I think if we get some feedback from these communities about what the look of these developments and the density of these developments could be, that might be informative as we, embark upon finalizing the general plan and try to start pursuing more grant opportunities for housing development and incentives for housing development to happen in Trinity. So I guess shall I read you my list of prompts? Do you guys want to give me any other thoughts?
Please do.
Okay. So we're going to readdress the community vision statements and get feedback to make sure that community is in agreement, or any things that have been left out are identified. And this is not in any particular order, just the order that I wrote it down in. What land uses would your community like to pursue or promote? I think we could present, and maybe this is how we would start, or we do the vision first and then present the existing general plan land use map so they can see what has changed and what is being proposed to change within their community boundaries. And then based on that, it's probably a good prompt for what types of development do you want to see, mixed use or just, higher density residential developments, to what extent? And that seems like a pretty good set of prompts that will get us, feedback across the board, and then maybe some sort of open-ended prompt of what else they might like to see, or maybe that's captured under the, what land uses would your community like to promote or pursue?
So is the feedback on generally what do you want to see the unclassified reclassified as? Is that on the list?
I mean, I think that we could certainly have that be sort of a clear subset to presenting what the general plan land use map already has, and kind of just specifically identify the two zoning or the two general plan designations that are going away, which is unclassified and village.
Are we comfortable with our prompts?
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. With that, we will adjourn item C, and we will come to reports and announcements. Oh, sorry.
Did we give him instructions?
Do you guys want me to read the list again?
Nope. I
No,
think we got it.
nope, you're good.
We're not voting on it or anything?
Nope.
Just direction.
I think just you guys all kind of nodded and we got consensus, and that works.
Okay, so we already had public comment this evening, so to reports and announcements. Planning commissioners, any reports or announcements? Nope. The Weaverville Historic Architectural Review, sorry, the Weaverville Architectural Review Committee is meeting on August 20th. And we had a meeting last month to welcome in the interim director so that we could catch him up on what's been going on and moving and shaking. And one of the items I noticed earlier, it did touch on the zones, and it said approved colors and fonts and all that kind of stuff. But I think we'll need to clarify, because I believe that is only for Weaverville. We can look through that later, but let's make a note to circle back to that. I don't know if that's for all of the districts, because there's a couple different architectural districts. And then Weaverville has their set. So we'll just make sure that that's reflected correctly. Other than that, I have no other reports or announcements.
I'd like to report that I will not be at the upcoming planning commission meeting on the 28th.
Do we have a meeting on the 28th?
Off the top of my head, I don't believe we've done any noticing for that meeting, and there aren't any agenda items queued up.
So the blight ordinance would be for our regular meeting in September then?
Yes.
So that would be September 11th. Would that be? Second.
Thursday.
Thursday. Yeah. Yeah, I may not. I'm gonna be at bar 717 at environmental camp, so I will not be attending that meeting either.
September 11th.
Move the meetings to morning.
Mhm.
Move it to morning meetings.
Okay, any other reports or announcements? Nope. Okay, we will move to our planning director, Drew Poplani.
Thank you guys for sticking with it tonight. Two quick items. We did successfully hire a new planner for the planning division, which I'm
Congratulations.
quite excited about. I think he's going to be a great addition to the team. They're currently looking for housing in the Weaverville area, so if any of you guys have any resources to pass along, that would be greatly appreciated. And so more than likely, the start date for that new planner will be September the 1st. And then to your question about the architectural review committees and approved colors and things of that sort, I had a question. From what I was told, we're still working on establishing the Lewiston Architectural Review Committee, and that Commissioner Fall, you were running point on that maybe in some capacity, or
No.
okay.
So Supervisor Lutweiler was working with community leaders to come up with a slate of candidates that needed to go to the Board of Supervisors. One of the specific members is supposed to be from the Historical Society, and so that was my assignment, and I found that person. That's Darrow Forsland has agreed to serve. But again, he would have to be approved by the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, so I will reach out to Supervisor Lutweiler about that. And then the last item is probably for the September meeting, we will need to have the Planning Commission vote to elect a commissioner to sit on the Subdivision Review Committee, which we do need to work towards convening and establishing in the future. My recollection is that previously, when it got started, Commissioner Sharp was the appointee to that subdivision review committee. So that will be at the next planning commission
Correct.
meeting
And then
likely.
He was followed
transitioned to
by,
Heaton.
yeah, Commissioner Heaton followed
Okay,
Commissioner Sharp.
so it's
Yeah.
currently not
Vacant.
Yeah.
filled. Yep.
Copy.
And that is it for me. Thank you again, everyone, staff, folks that sat through our 4 hours of meeting tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks, everybody.
Meeting adjourned.